Khureb BeRuakh, Sword of the Spirit, narrated and interpreted by Wendy.
Jiremijehu, Jeremiah. Chapter 1. The words of Jiremijehu, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests who were in Anatut, in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of Yahweh came during the days of Jeshojehu, the son of Amun, king of Yehudah, during the 13th year of his reign. Also it came during the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, until the end of the 11th year of Tzidkiyahu, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, until the carrying away of the captives of Yerushalayim during the 5th month. Then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Before I formed you in the belly, I knew you, and before you came forth out of the womb, I sanctified and ordained you a prophet to the nations. Then I said, Woe, Adonai, Yahweh, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. But Yahweh said to me, Do not say, I am a child, for you will go to all that I will send you, and whatever I command you, you will speak. Do not be afraid of their faces, for I am with you to deliver you, saith Yahweh. Then Yahweh put forth his hand and touched his mouth. And Yahweh said to me, Behold, I have put my words in your mouth. See, today I have set you over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down, and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Jiremijehu, what do you see? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then Yahweh said to me, You have seen well, for I will hasten my word to perform it. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me a second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a seething pot. It faces toward the north. Then Yahweh said to me, Out of the north an evil will break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. For lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, saith Yahweh, and they will come, and each one will set his throne at the entrance of the gates of Yerushalayim, and against all its walls round about, and against all the cities of Yehudah. And I will utter my judgments against them concerning all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have burned incense to other deities, and worshipped the works of their own hands. Therefore you will gird up your loins, and arise, and speak to them all that I command you. Do not be dismayed by their faces, or else I will confound you before them. For behold, today I have made you a defenced city, and an iron pillar, and copper walls against the whole land, against the kings of Yehudah, against its princes, against its priests, and against the people of the land. And they will fight against you, but they will not prevail against you, for I am with you, saith Yahweh, to deliver you. Chapter 2. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Yerushalayim, saying, Thus saith Yahweh, I remember you, the kindness of your youth, the love of your espousals, when you followed me in the wilderness, in the land that was not sown. Yisrael was holy unto Yahweh, and the first fruits of his increase. All who devoured him were an offense. Evil came upon them, saith Yahweh. Hear the word of Yahweh, O house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of Yisrael. Thus saith Yahweh, What iniquity have your fathers found in me, such that they have gone far from me, and walked after vanity, and have become vain? And they have not asked, Where is Yahweh, who has brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, who led us through the wilderness, through the land of deserts and pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passed through, and where no Adam dwells. Also, I brought you into a plentiful country, to eat its fruit and its goodness. But when you entered, you defiled my land, and made my inheritance an abomination. The priests have not asked, Where is Yahuwah? And those who handle the teaching do not know me. Also the pastors transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesied by Baal, and walked after things that do not profit. Why should I plead with you, O Yahuwah, and with your children's children should I plead? For cross over the isles of Kittim and see, and send to Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there is such a thing. Has the nation changed their deities, which are still not deities? But my people have changed their glory for that which does not profit. Be astonished by this, O you heavens, and be horribly afraid. May you become very desolate, saith Yahuwah. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living waters, and cut cisterns for themselves, broken cisterns that cannot hold water. Is Yeshariel a servant? Is he a home-born slave? Why is he plundered? The young lions roared upon him and yelled, and they made his land waste. His cities are burned without inhabitant. Also the children of Naph and Tahapans have broken the crown of your head. Have you not caused this unto yourself, in that you have forsaken Yahuwah your Elohim, when he led you by the way? And now, what have you to do in the way of Mitzrayim, to drink the waters of Sihor? Or what have you to do in the way of Ashur, to drink the waters of the river? Your own wickedness will correct you, and your backsliding will reprove you. Therefore, know and see that this is an evil and bitter thing, that you have forsaken Yahuwah your Elohim, and that my reverence is not in you, saith Yahuwah Elohim of hosts. For of old time I have forsaken your yoke, and burst your bonds. And you said, I will not transgress. Then upon every high hill and under every green tree you wandered, playing the harlot. Yet I have planted you a noble vine, a completely true seed. How will we turn you unto me, my removed vine of the foreign woman? For although you wash yourself with lye, and take a lot of soap, yet your iniquity is marked before me, saith Yahuwah Elohim. How can you say, I am not polluted? I have not gone after the Baalim. See your way in the valley. Know what you have done. You are a swift dromedary, traversing her ways, a wild ass used for the wilderness, that snuffs up the wind at her pleasure. In her occasion, who can turn her away? All those who seek her will not weary themselves. During her month they will find her. Withhold your feet from being unshod, and your throat from thirst. But you say, there is no hope. No, for I have loved the nations, and I will follow after them. As the thief is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Yeshariel ashamed. They, their kings, their princes, and their priests, and their prophets, saying to a stalk, You are my father, and to a stone, You have brought me forth. For they have turned their back to me, and not their face. But during the time of their trouble, they will say, Arise and save us. But where are your deities that you have made for yourself? Let them arise, if they can save you during the time of your trouble. For according to the number of your cities are your deities, O Yehudah. Why do you plead with me? You all have transgressed against me, saith Yahuwah. In vain I have smitten your children. They received no correction. Your own sword has devoured your prophets like a devouring lion. O generation, see the word of Yahuwah. Have I been a wilderness to Yeshareal, a land of darkness? Why do my people say, "We are lords"? We will come to you no more. Can a maid forget your ornaments, or a bride her attire? Yet my people have forgotten me, days without number. Why do you beautify your way to seek love? Moreover, you have taught the wicked ones your ways too. Also, in your skirts is found the blood of the souls of the poor innocents. I have not found it by a secret search, but upon all these. Yet you say, because I am innocent, surely his anger will turn from me. Behold, I will plead with you, because you say, I have not sinned. Why do you go around so much to change your way? You will be ashamed of Mitzrayim also, like you are ashamed of Asher. Yes, you will go forth from him, and your hands will be upon your head, for Yahuwah has rejected your confidences, and you will not prosper from them. Chapter 3. They say, if a man puts away his wife, and she goes from him, and becomes another man's, should he return to her again? Will that land not be greatly polluted? However, you have played the harlot with many lovers. Yet return to me again, saith Yahuwah. Lift up your eyes to the high places, and see where you have not lain. Along the ways you have sat for them, like the Arabi in the wilderness. And you have polluted the land with your whoredoms and with your wickedness. Therefore the showers have been withheld, and there has not been latter rain. Also you have the forehead of a whore. You refuse to be ashamed. Why will you not cry to me from this time, my Father, you are the guide of my youth? Will he reserve his anger forever? Behold, you have spoken and done evil things as you were able. Also Yahuwah said to me during the days of Jeshojehu the king, have you seen that which backsliding Yeshareal has done? She has gone up upon every high mountain and under every green tree, and has played the harlot there. And after she had done all these things, I said, return to me. But she did not return. Then her treacherous sister Yehuda saw it. And I saw, when all the causes by which the backsliding Yeshareal committed adultery, I had put her away, and given her a bill of divorce. Yet her treacherous sister Yehuda did not revere, but went and played the harlot also. And it came to pass by the lightness of her whoredom that she defiled the land, and committed adultery with stones and with stocks. And yet, for all this, her treacherous sister Yehuda has not returned to me with her whole heart, but falsely, saith Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said to me, the backsliding Yeshareal has defiled herself more than treacherous Yehuda. Go and proclaim these words toward the north, and say, return, you backsliding Yeshareal, saith Yahuwah, and I will not cause my anger to fall upon you, for I am merciful, saith Yahuwah, and I will not keep anger forever. Only acknowledge your iniquity, that you have transgressed against Yahuwah your Elohim, and have scattered your ways to the nations under every green tree, and you have not obeyed my voice, saith Yahuwah. Turn, O backsliding children, saith Yahuwah, for I am married to you, and I will take one of you from a city, and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion. And I will give you pastors according to my heart, who will feed you with knowledge and understanding. And it will come to pass when you have multiplied and increased in the land during those days, saith Yahuwah, they will not say any more, the ark of the covenant of Yahuwah, nor will it come to mind. nor will they remember it, nor will they visit it, nor will it be done any more. At that time they will call Yerushalayim the throne of Yehovah, and all the nations will be gathered to it, to the name of Yehovah, to Yerushalayim. Nor will they walk after the imagination of their evil heart any more. During those days the house of Yehuda will walk with the house of Yeshariel, and they will come together out from the land of the north, to the land that I have given for an inheritance to your fathers. But I said, how will I put you among the children, and give you a pleasant land, a goodly inheritance of the hosts of nations? And I said, you will call me my father, and will not turn away from me. Surely as a wife treacherously departs from her husband, so too you have dealt treacherously with me, O house of Yeshariel, saith Yehovah. A voice was heard upon the high places, weeping and supplications of the children of Yeshariel, for they have perverted their way, and they have forgotten Yehovah their Elohim. Return, you backsliding children, and I will heal your backslidings. Behold, we have come to you, for you are Yehovah our Elohim. Truly, salvation hoped for from the hills and from the multitude of mountains is in vain. Truly, the salvation of Yeshariel is in Yehovah our Elohim. For shame has devoured the labor of our fathers since our youth, their flocks and their herds and their sons and their daughters. We lie down in our shame, and our confusion covers us. For we have sinned against Yehovah our Elohim, we and our fathers, from our youth even until today, and have not obeyed the voice of Yehovah our Elohim. Chapter 4. If you will return, O Yeshariel, return to me, saith Yehovah, and if you will put away your abominations out of my sight, then you will not be removed. Also you will swear, Yehovah lives, in truth, in judgment, and in righteousness, and the nations will endow themselves by him, and by him they will be glorified. For thus saith Yehovah to the men of Yehuda and Yerushalayim, break up your plowed ground, and do not sow among thorns. Circumcise yourselves unto Yehovah, and take away the foreskins of your heart, you men of Yehuda and inhabitants of Yeshariel, or else my fury will come forth like fire and burn, such that no one can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. Declare in Yehuda, and publish in Yerushalayim, and say, blow the trumpet in the land. Cry, gather together, and say, assemble yourselves, and let us go into the defenced cities. Set up the standard towards Zion. Withdraw, do not stay, for I will bring evil from the north, and a great destruction. The lion will come up from his thicket, and the destroyer of the Gentiles is on his way. He has gone forth from his place to make your land desolate, and your cities will be laid waste without an inhabitant. For this, gird yourself with sackcloth, lament and howl, for the fierce anger of Yehovah has not turned back from us. And it will come to pass during that day, saith Yehovah, that the heart of the king will perish, and the heart of the princes, and the priests will be astonished, and the prophets will wonder. Then I said, O Adonai, Yehovah, surely you have greatly deceived this people and Yerushalayim, saying, you will have peace, whereas the sword reaches to the soul. At that time it will be said to this people and to Yerushalayim, a dry wind from the high places in the wilderness toward the daughter of my people, not to fan nor to cleanse. Even a full wind from those places will come to me, Now also I will give a sentence against them. Behold, he will come up like clouds, and his chariots will be like a whirlwind. His horses are swifter than eagles. Woe to us, for we are plundered. O Yerushalayim, wash your heart from wickedness, so that you may be saved. How long will your vain thoughts lodge within you? For a voice declares from Dan, and publishes affliction from Mount Ephraim. Make mention to the nations, behold, publish against Yerushalayim, so that watchers come from a far country, and give out their voice against the cities of Yehuda. Just like keepers of a field, they are against her round about, because she has been rebellious against me, saith Yehovah. Your way and your doings have caused these things for you. This is your wickedness, because it is bitter, because it reaches to your heart. My bowels, I am pained at my very heart. My heart makes a noise within me. I cannot hold my peace, because you have heard, O my soul, the sound of the trumpet, the alarm of war. Destruction upon destruction is cried, for the whole land is plundered. Suddenly my tents are plundered, also my curtains in the moment. How long will I see the standard, and hear the sound of the trumpet? For my people are foolish, they have not known me. They are silly children, and they have no understanding. They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge. I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved lightly. I beheld, and lo, there was no Adam, and all the birds of the heavens fled. I beheld, and lo, the fruitful place was a wilderness, and all its cities were broken down by the presence of Yehovah, and by his fierce anger. For thus Yehovah has said, the whole land will be desolate. However, I will not make a complete end. For this the earth will mourn, and the heavens above will become black, because I have spoken it. I have purposed it, and will not repent, nor will I turn back from it. The entire city will flee from the noise of the horsemen and bowmen. They will go into thickets, and climb up upon the rocks. Every city will be forsaken, and a man will not dwell in it. And when you are plundered, what will you do? Although you clothe yourself with crimson, although you decorate yourself with ornaments of gold, although you enlarge your eyes with paint, you will make yourself fair in vain. Your lovers will despise you. They will seek your life. For I have heard a voice like a woman in travail, and her anguish like her whom brings forth her first child. The voice of the daughter of Zion, who bewails herself, who spreads her hands and says, Woe is me now, for my soul is weary because of murderers. Chapter 5. Run to and fro through the streets of Yerushalayim, and see now, and know, and seek in its broad places, if you can find a man, if there is any who executes judgment, who seeks the truth, and I will pardon him. And although they say, Yehovah lives, surely they swear falsely. O Yehovah, are not your eyes upon the truth? You have stricken them, but they have not grieved. You have consumed them, but they have refused to receive correction. They have made their faces harder than a rock. They have refused to return. Therefore I said, Surely these are poor, they are foolish, for they do not know the way of Yehovah, nor the judgment of their Elohim. I will get myself to the great men, and will speak to them, for they know the way of Yahuwah and the judgment of their Elohim. Surely, together they have broken the yoke and burst the bonds. How will a lion from the forest slay them, and a wolf of the evenings plunder them? A leopard watch over their cities. Everyone who leaves there will be torn in pieces, because their transgressions are many, and their backslidings have increased. How will I pardon you for this? Your children have forsaken me, and sworn by those who are not deities. When I fed them until full, then they committed adultery, and assembled themselves by troops in the harlots' houses. They were like fed horses in the morning. Everyone neighed at his neighbor's wife. Will I not visit for these things, saith Yahuwah? And will my soul not avenge on such a nation as this? Go up upon her walls and destroy, but do not make a full end. Take away her battlements, for they are not of Yahuwah. For the house of Yisrael and the house of Yehudah have dealt very treacherously against me, saith Yahuwah. They have belied Yahuwah, and said, It is not of him, nor will evil come upon us, nor will we see sword nor famine. Yet the prophets will become wind, and the word is not in them. Thus it will be done to them. This is why Yahuwah Elohim of hosts says, Because you speak this word, behold, I will make my words fire in your mouth, and these people wood. Then it will devour them. Lo, I will bring a nation upon you from afar, O house of Yisrael, saith Yahuwah. It is a mighty nation. It is an ancient nation, a nation whose language you do not know, nor understand what they say. Their quiver is like an open sepulchre. They are all mighty men. And they will eat up your harvest and your bread, which your sons and your daughters eat. They will eat up your flocks and your herds. They will eat up your vines and your fig trees. They will impoverish your fenced cities, in which you trusted with the sword. However, during those days, saith Yahuwah, I will not make a complete end with you. And it will come to pass when you say, Why does Yahuwah, our Elohim, do all these things to us? Then you will answer them, Like you have forsaken me, and served strange deities in your land, so too you will serve heathens in a land that is not yours. Declare this in the house of Jacob, and publish it in Yehudah, saying, Now hear this, O foolish people, and without understanding, who have eyes yet do not see, who have ears yet do not hear. You do not revere me, saith Yahuwah. You do not tremble at my presence, which has placed the sand for a sea boundary by a perpetual decree, such that it cannot pass it. And although its waves toss them, yet they cannot prevail. Although they roar, yet they cannot pass over it. But these people have a revolting and rebellious heart. They have revolted and left. Nor do they say in their heart, Woe, let us revere Yahuwah our Elohim, who gives rain, both the former and the latter, in its season. He reserves the appointed weeks of the harvest for us. Your iniquities have turned these things away, and your sins have withheld good things from you. For wicked men are found among my people. They lie wait, like he who sets snares. They set a trap. They catch men. Like a cage is full of birds, so too their houses are full of deceit. Therefore they have become great and grew rich. They have grown fat. They shine. Surely they overpass the deeds of the wicked. They do not judge the cause of the fatherless, yet they prosper. Also they do not judge the right of the needy. Will I not visit for these, saith Yahuwah? Will my soul not be avenged on such a nation as this? A wonderful and horrible thing is committed in the land. The prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means, and my people love to have it so. But what will you do during its end? 6. O you children of Benjamin, gather yourself to flee out of the midst of Yerushalayim, and blow a trumpet in Tekoa, and set up a sign of fire in Beit HaKarem. For evil and great destruction appears out of the north. I compare the daughter of Zion to a comely and delicate woman. The shepherds with their flocks will come to her. They will pitch their tents against her round about. They will feed everyone in his place. Prepare war against her. Arise and let us go up at noon. Woe to us, for the day goes away, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out. Arise and let us go by night, and let us destroy her palaces. For Yehu of hosts has said this, cut down the trees, and cast a mount against Yerushalayim. This is the city to be visited. She is completely oppressed in the midst of her. Like a fountain casts out her waters, so too she casts out her wickedness. Violence and plunder is heard in her. Grief and wounds are found before me continually. Be instructed, O Yerushalayim, or else my soul will depart from you, or else I will make you desolate, an uninhabited land. Thus saith Yehu of hosts, they will thoroughly glean the remnant of Yisrael like a vine. Turn back your hand like a grape-gatherer into the baskets, to whom I speak and give warning so that they may hear. Behold, their ears are uncircumcised, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of Yehu is a reproach to them. They have no delight in them. Therefore I am full of the fury of Yehu. I am weary with holding in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad, and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife will be taken, the old with him who is full of days. And their houses will be turned to others, with their fields and their wives together. For I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants from the land, saith Yehu. For from the least of them, even to the greatest of them, every one is given to covetousness. And from the prophet, even to the priest, every one deals falsely. Also they have healed the hurt of my people deceptively, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had committed the abomination? No, they were not ashamed at all, nor did they blush. Therefore they will all fall among those who fall. During the time that I visit them, they will be cast down, saith Yehu. Thus saith Yehu, stand in the ways, and see, and ask for the old paths. Where is the good way, and walk in it? Then you will find rest for your souls. But they said, we will not walk in it. Also I set watchmen over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet. But they said, we will not hearken. Therefore hear, O nations, and know, O congregation, what is among you. Hear, O earth, behold, I will bring evil upon these people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened to my words, nor to my teachings, but rejected it. For what purpose does incense of shabat come to me, and the sweet cane from a far country? Your ascension offerings are not acceptable, nor are your sacrifice sweet to me. Therefore, saith Yehu, behold, I will lay stumbling blocks before these people, and the fathers and their sons together will fall upon them. The neighbor and his friend will perish. Thus saith Yehu, behold, a people comes from the north country, Also, a great nation will be raised from the sides of the earth. They will lay hold on bow and spear. They are cruel and have no mercy. Their voice roars like the sea, and they ride upon horses set in formation like men for war against you, O daughter of Zion. We have heard the fame of it. Our hands grow feeble. Anguish have taken hold of us, and pain like a woman in travail. Do not go north into the field, nor walk by the way, for the sword and fear of the enemy is on every side. O daughter of my people, gird yourself with sackcloth, and wallow yourself in ashes. Make yourself mourn like for an only son, a very bitter lamentation, for the spoiler will come upon us suddenly. I will set you for a tower and a fortress among my people, so that you may know and try their way. They are all my grievous revolters, walking with slander. They are copper and iron. They are all corrupters. The bellows are burned. The lead is consumed by the fire. The father melts in vain, for the wicked are not plucked away. Men will call them reprobate silver, because Jehu has rejected them. Chapter 7. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Jehu, saying, Stand in the gate of the house of Jehu, and proclaim this word there, and say, Hear the word of Jehu, all you of Yehudah, who enter in by these gates to worship Jehu. Thus saith Jehu of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Amend your ways and your doings, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. Do not trust in lying words, saying, The temple of Jehu, the temple of Jehu, the temple of Jehu are these. For if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you will thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you will not oppress the immigrant, the fatherless, and the widow, nor shed innocent blood in this place, nor walk after other deities for your harm, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that I gave your fathers, forever and ever. Behold, you trust in lying words that do not profit. You steal, murder, and commit adultery, and swear falsely, and burn incense to Baal, and walk after other deities whom you do not know. Then come and stand before me in this house, which is called by my name, and say, We are delivered to do all these abominations. Has this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it, saith Jehu. But now go to my place which is in Shiloh, where I set my name there from the beginning, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people, Yisrael. And now, because you have done all these works, saith Jehu, and I spoke to you, rising up early and speaking, but you did not hear. And I called you, but you did not answer. Therefore I will do to this house, which is called by my name, in which you trust, and to the place which I gave to you and your fathers, like I did to Shiloh. But now go to my place which is in Shiloh. Also I will cast you out of my sight, like I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim. Therefore do not pray for these people, nor lift up a cry, nor prayer for them, nor make intercession to them, for I will not hear you. Do you not see what they do in the cities of Yehudah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough, to make cakes for the queen of the heavens, and to pour out drink offerings to other deities, so that they may provoke me to anger. Do they provoke me to anger, saith Yahweh? Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces? Therefore, saith Yahweh Elohim, behold, my anger and my fury will be poured out upon this place, upon Adam, and upon beast, and upon trees of the field, and upon the fruit of the Adamah, and it will burn, and will not be quenched. Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, put your ascension offerings for your sacrifices, and eat flesh. For I did not speak to your fathers, nor command them during the day that I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim concerning ascension offerings or sacrifices. But this thing I commanded them, saying, Obey my voice, and I will be your Elohim, and you will be my people. Also you will walk in all the ways that I have commanded you, so that it may be well for you. But they did not hearken, nor incline their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil heart, and went backward, and not forward, since the day that your fathers came out from the land of Mitzrayim until today. I have even sent all my servants the prophets to you, rising up early daily and sending them. Yet they did not hearken to me, nor incline their ear, but hardened their necks. They did worse than their fathers. Therefore you will speak all these words to them, but they will not hearken to you. Also you will call to them, but they will not answer you. But you will say to them, This is a nation that does not obey the voice of Yahweh, their Elohim, nor receives correction. Truth will perish and be cut from their mouth. Cut off your hair, O Yerushalayim, and cast it away, and take up a lamentation on high places, for Yahweh has rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. For the children of Yehudah has done evil in my sight, saith Yahweh. They have set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to pollute it. And they have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I have not commanded, nor did it come into my heart. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that it will not be called Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, nor the valley of slaughter any longer, for they will bury in Tophet until there is no place. And the carcasses of these people will be food for the fowls of the heavens, and for the birds of the earth, and no one will frighten them away. Then I will cause the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, to stop from the cities of Yehudah, and from the streets of Yerushalayim, for the land will become desolate.
Chapter 8. At that time, saith Yahweh, they will bring out the bones of the kings of Yehudah, and the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Yerushalayim out of their graves. And they will spread them before the sun and the moon and all the hosts of the heavens, whom they have loved, whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They will not be gathered, nor be buried. They will be for dung upon the face of the Adamah. Also, death instead of life will be chosen by all the remnant of those who remain from this evil family, who remain in all the places where I have driven them, saith Yahweh of hosts. Moreover, you will say to them, Thus saith Yahweh, will they fall and not rise? Will he turn away and not return? Why then has these people of Yerushalayim slidden back by a continual backsliding? They hold fast to deceit. They refuse to return. I listened and did not hear this. No man repented for his wickedness. saying, "What have I done?" Everyone turned to his course, like a horse rushing into battle. Also, the stork in the heavens knows her appointed times, and the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the times of their coming. But my people do not know the judgment of Yahuwah. How can you say we are wise, and the teaching of Yahuwah is with us? Look, surely he has made it in vain. The pen of the scribes is in vain. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. Look, they have rejected the word of Yahuwah, and the wisdom that is in them. Therefore, I will give their wives to others, and their fields to those who will inherit them. For everyone from the least even to the greatest is given to covetousness. From the prophet even to the priest, everyone deals falsely. For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people falsely, saying, "Peace, peace," when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had committed the abomination? No, they were not ashamed at all, nor did they blush. Therefore they will fall among those who fall. During the time of their visitation, they will be cast down, saith Yahuwah. Surely I will consume them, saith Yahuwah. There will be no grapes on the vine, no figs on the fig tree, and the leaf will fade. And the things that I have given them will pass away from them. Why do they sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter into the defenced cities, and let us be silent there. For Yahuwah our Elohim has put us to silence, and given us the water of gall to drink, because we have sinned against Yahuwah. We looked for peace, but no good came, and for a time of health, and behold, trouble. The snorting of his horses was heard from Dan. The whole land trembled by the sound of the neighing of his strong ones, for they have come and have devoured the land, and all who are in it, the city and those who dwell in it. For behold, I will send serpents, cockroaches among you, which are not charmed, and they will bite you, saith Yahuwah. When I comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is faint within me. Behold, the voice of the cry of the daughter of my people, because of those who dwell in a far country. Is Yahuwah not in Zion? Is her king not with her? Why have they provoked me to anger with their graven images, and with strange vanities? The harvest has passed, the summer has ended, and we are not saved. For the injury of the daughter of my people, I am injured. I am black. Astonishment has taken hold of me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then has the health of the daughter of my people not recovered? Chapter 9. Oh, that my head were waters, and my eyes were a fountain of tears, so that I might weep day and night for the slain of my people. Oh, that I had a lodging place of wayfaring men in the wilderness, so that I might leave my people and go from them. For they are all adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men. And they bend their tongues like their bows for lies, and they are not valiant for the truth upon the earth. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they do not know me, saith Yahuwah. Everyone takes of his neighbor and does not trust in any brother. For every brother will completely supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slanderers. And everyone will deceive his neighbor, and not speak the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak lies, and weary themselves to commit iniquity. Your habitation is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they refuse to know me, saith Yahuwah. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, Behold, I will melt them, I will try them, for what can I do for the daughter of my people? Their tongue is like an arrow shot out. It speaks deceit. One speaks peacefully to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart he lays in wait. Will I not visit them for these things, saith Yahuwah? Will my soul not be avenged on such a nation as this? For the mountains I will take up a weeping and wailing, also for the habitations of the wilderness a lamentation, because they are burned up, so that no one can pass through them, nor can men hear the voice of the livestock. Both the fowl of the heavens and the beast have fled. They are gone. And I will make Yerushalayim heaps, and a den of dragons. And I will make the cities of Yehuda desolate, without an inhabitant. Who is the wise man that might understand this? And who is he to whom the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken, so that he may declare it? For why does the land perish and is burned up like a wilderness, such that no one passes through? Then Yahuwah said, because they have forsaken my teaching, which I have set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, nor walked in it. But they have walked after the imagination of their own heart, and after the Baalim which their fathers taught them. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormwood, and give them the water of gall to drink. Also I will scatter them among the nations, whom they do not know, nor have their fathers known, and I will send the sword after them until I have consumed them. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, consider and call for the mourning woman, so that they may come, and send for skilled women, so that they may come, and let them make haste, and take up a wailing for us, so that our eyes may run down with tears, and our eyelids gush out with waters. For the voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we plundered? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings have cast us out. However, hear the word of Yahuwah, O you women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and every one her neighbor lamentation. For death has come up into our windows, and has entered into the palaces, to cut off the children from outside, and the young men from the streets. Speak, thus saith Yahuwah, even the carcasses of Adam will fall like dung upon the open field, and like the handful after the harvestmen, and no one will gather them. Thus saith Yahuwah, do not let the wise man be glorified by his wisdom, nor let the mighty man be glorified by his might, nor let the rich man be glorified by his riches. For by this let him who is glorified be glorified, that he understands and knows me, that I am Yahuwah, who exercises kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For I delight in these things, saith Yahuwah. Behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that I will punish all those who are circumcised with the uncircumcised. Mitzrayim and Yehuda and Edom and the children of Ammon and Moab, and all who are in the uttermost corners, who dwell in the wilderness. For all these nations are uncircumcised, and the entire house of Yisrael is uncircumcised in the heart. Chapter 10. Hear the word that Yahuwah speaks to you, O house of Yisrael. Thus saith Yahuwah, do not learn the ways of the nations, nor be dismayed by the signs of the heavens, for the nations are dismayed by them. For the customs of the people are vain. For one will cut a tree out of the forest with an axe, the work of the hands of the workmen. They decorate it with silver and gold. They fasten it with a hammer and nails, so it does not move. They are upright like the palm tree, but do not speak. They need to be carried because they cannot go. Do not be afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, nor is it in them to do good either. For as much as there is no one similar to you, O Yahweh, you are great, and your name is great in might. Who will not revere you, O King of nations? For unto you it benefits. For among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their kingdoms, there is no one similar to you. But they are altogether brutish and foolish. It is a worthless doctrine of wood. Silver, beaten into plates, is brought in from Tarshish, and gold from Upaz, the work of the craftsmen, and of the hands of their father. Their clothes are blue and purple. They are all the work of skilled men. But Yahweh is the true Elohim. He is the living Elohim and an everlasting King. By his wrath the earth trembles, and the nations will not be able to abide his indignation. Also, the nations will not be able to abide his indignation. You will say this to them, the deities who have not made the heavens and the earth. Even they will perish from the earth and from under the heavens. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his creation. When he utters his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heavens, and he causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightnings with rain, and brings forth the wind out of his treasures. Every Adam is brutish in his knowledge. Every father is confounded by the graven image. For his molten image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. They are vanity and the work of errors. During the time of their visitation, they will perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Yeshariel is the rod of his inheritance. Yahweh of hosts is his name. Gather up your wares out from the land, O inhabitant of the fortress. For thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I will sling out the inhabitants from the land at once, and will distress them, so that they may find it so. Woe is me for my injury, my wound is grievous. But I said, Truly, this is a grief, and I must bear it. My tabernacle is plundered, and all my cords are broken. My children have gone from me, and they are not. There is no one to stretch forth my tent any more, to set up my curtains. For the pastures have become brutish, and have not sought Yahweh. Therefore they will not prosper, and all their flocks will be scattered. Behold, the noise of the brute has come, and a great commotion out of the north country, to make the cities of Yehudah desolate, and a den of dragons. O Yahweh, I know that the way of Adam is not in himself. It is not in man who walks to direct his steps. O Yahweh, correct me, but with judgment, not with your anger, lest you will bring me to nothing. Pour out your fury upon the nation that does not know you, and upon the families who do not call upon your name. For they have eaten up Jacob, and devoured him, and consumed him, and have made his habitation desolate. Chapter 11. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahweh, saying, Hear the words of this covenant, and speak to the men of Yehudah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and say to them, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim of Yeshariel, Cursed is the man who does not obey the words of this covenant, which I commanded your fathers during the day that I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the iron furnace, saying, Obey my voice, and do them according to all which I command you, so that you will be my people, and I will be your Elohim.
so that I will perform the oath which I have sworn to your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, like it is this day. Then I answered and said, So be it, O Yahweh. Then Yahweh said to me, Proclaim all these words in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear the words of this covenant and do them. For I earnestly protest to your fathers in the day that I brought them up out of the land of Mitzrayim, even until today, rising early and protesting, saying, Obey my voice. Yet they did not obey, nor inclined their ear, but everyone walked in the imagination of their evil heart. Therefore I will bring all the words of this covenant upon them, which I commanded them to do, but they did not do them. Then Yahweh said to me, A conspiracy is found among the men of Yehuda and among the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They have turned back to the iniquities of their forefathers, who refused to hear my words. They went after other deities to serve them. The house of Yisrael and the house of Yehuda have broken my covenant, which I made with their fathers. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I will bring evil upon them, which they will not be able to escape. And although they cry to me, I will not hearken to them. Then the cities of Yehuda and the inhabitants of Jerusalem will go and cry to the deities of whom they offer incense. But during the time of their trouble, they will not say them at all. For the number of your deities are according to your cities, O Yehuda, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem, you have set up altars to that shameful thing, even altars to burn incense to Baal. Therefore do not pray for these people, nor lift up a cry or pray for them, for I will not hear them during the time that they cry to me for their trouble. What does my beloved have to do in my house, seeing she has worked lewdness with many, and the holy flesh has passed from you? When you did evil, then you rejoiced. Yahweh called your name a fair green olive tree and of good fruit. With the noise of a great uproar, he has kindled fire upon it, and its branches are broken. For Yahweh of hosts, who planted you, has pronounced evil against you for the evil of the house of Yisrael and of the house of Yehuda, which they have done against themselves to provoke me to anger by offering incense to Baal. Also, Yahweh has given me knowledge of it, and I know it. Then you showed me their doings. Because I was like a lamb or an ox that is brought to the slaughter, and I did not know that they had devised plots against me, saying, Let us destroy the tree with its fruit, and let us cut him from the land of the living, so that his name may not be remembered any more. But Yahweh of hosts, who judges righteously, who tests the reins and the heart, let me see your vengeance upon them, for I have revealed my cause to you. Therefore thus saith Yahweh of the men of Anatut, who seek your life, saying, Do not prophesy in the name of Yahweh, so that you do not die by our hand. Therefore thus saith Yahweh of hosts, Behold, I will punish them. The young men will die by the sword. Their sons and their daughters will die by famine, and there will not be a remnant of them. For I will bring evil upon the men of Anatut, even the year of their visitation.
Chapter 12. You are righteous, O Yahweh, when I plead with you. Yet let me talk with you and your judgments. Why do the way of the wicked prosper? Why are those who deal very treacherously happy? You have planted them. Also, they have taken root. They grow. Also, they bring forth fruit. You are near in their mouth, and far from their reins. But you, O Yahweh, know me. You have seen me and tried my heart for yourself. Pull them out like the sheep for the slaughter, and prepare them for the day of slaughter. How long will the land mourn, and the herbs of every field wither, for the wickedness of those who dwell in it? The beasts and the birds are consumed, because they say, He will not see our latter end. If you have run with the footmen, and they have wearied you, then how can you contend with horses? And if in the land of peace, in which you trusted, they wearied you, then what will you do during the swelling of Yarden? For even your brethren and the house of your father, even those who have dealt treacherously with you, also they have called a multitude after you. Do not believe them, even though they speak fair words to you. I have forsaken my house. I have left my heritage. I have given the dearly beloved of my soul into the hands of her enemies. My heritage is like a lion in the forest to me. It cries out against me. Therefore I have hated it. My heritage is like a speckled bird to me. The birds round about are against her. Come, assemble all the beasts of the field. Come to devour. Many pastures have destroyed my vineyard. They have trodden my portion underfoot. They have made my pleasant portion a desolate wilderness. They have made it desolate, and being desolate, it mourns for me. The whole land is made desolate, because no man lays it to heart. The spoilers have come upon all the high places through the wilderness. For the sword of Yahweh will devour from one end of the land even to the other end of the land. No flesh will have peace. They have sown wheat, but will reap thorns. They have put themselves to pain, but will not profit. And they will be ashamed of your harvest because of the fierce anger of Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh against all my evil neighbors, who touch the inheritance that I have caused my people, Israel, to inherit. Behold, I will pluck them out of their Adamah, and pluck out the house of Yehudah from among them. And it will come to pass after I have plucked them out, that I will return and have compassion upon them. And I will return them again, each man to his inheritance, and each man to his land. And it will come to pass, if they will diligently learn the ways of my people, to swear by my name, Yahweh lives, like they taught my people to swear by Baal, then they will be built in the midst of my people. But if they will not obey, I will completely pluck up and destroy that nation, saith Yahweh. Chapter 13. Thus saith Yahweh to me, Go and get yourself a linen girdle, and put it upon your loins, but do not put it in water. So I got a girdle according to the word of Yahweh, and put it upon my loins. Then the word of Yahweh came to me a second time, saying, Take the girdle that you have gotten, which is upon your loins, and arise, go to Parat, and hide it there in a hole of a rock. So I went and hid it in Parat, like Yahweh commanded me. And it came to pass, after many days, that Yahweh said to me, Arise, go to Parat, and take the girdle from there, which I commanded you to hide there. Therefore I went to Parat, and dug, and took the girdle from the place where I had hidden it. And behold, it was muddy. It was not useful. Then the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Thus saith Yahweh, After this manner I will damage the pride of Yehudah and the great pride of Jerusalem. These evil people who refuse to hear my words, who walk in the imagination of their heart, and walk after other deities to serve and worship them, will be like this girdle also, which is good for nothing. For like the girdle cleaves to the loins of a man, so I have caused the whole house of Yisrael and the whole house of Yehuda to cleave to me, saith Yahuwah, so that they might be for a people and for a name and for a praise and for a glory to me. But they would not listen. Therefore you will speak this word to them. Thus saith Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael, every bottle will be filled with wine. Then they will say to you, do we not certainly know that every bottle will be filled with wine? Then you will say to them, thus saith Yahuwah, behold, I will fill all the inhabitants of this land, even the kings who sit upon the throne of David, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the inhabitants of Yerushalayim with drunkenness. Also I will dash them one against another, even the fathers and the sons together, saith Yahuwah. I will not pity, nor spare, nor have mercy, but destroy them. Hear and give ear, do not be proud, for Yahuwah has spoken. Give glory unto Yahuwah your Elohim, before he causes darkness, and before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains. And while you look for light, he will turn it into the shadow of death, and make it very dark. But if you will not hear it, my soul will weep in secret places for your pride, and my eye will weep severely, and run down with tears, because the flock of Yahuwah is carried away captive. Say to the king and to the queen, humble yourselves, sit down, for your principalities will come down, even the crown of your glory. The cities of the south will be shut up, and no one will open them. Yehuda will be carried away captive, all of it. It will be completely carried away captive. Lift up your eyes and behold those who come from the north. Where is the flock that was given to you, your beautiful flock? What will you say when he punishes you? For you have taught them to be princes, like a chief over you. Will sorrow not take you, like a woman in travail? If you say in your heart, why have these things come upon me? For the greatness of your iniquity, your skirts are discovered, and your heels are made bare. Can the Cushi change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Then you, who are accustomed to do evil, will do good also. Therefore I will scatter them like the stubble that passes away by the wind of the wilderness. This is your lot, the portion of your measure from me, saith Yahuwah, because you have forgotten me and trusted in falsehood. Therefore I will discover your skirts upon your face, so that your shame may appear. I have seen your adulteries and your neighings, the lewdness of your whoredom, and your abominations on the hills in the fields. Woe to you, O Yerushalayim! After how much longer will you not be made clean? Chapter 14. The word of Yahuwah that came to Jiremijehu concerning the scarcity. Yehuda mourns, and its gates languish. They are black to the ground, and the city of Yerushalayim has gone up, and their nobles have sent their little ones to the waters. They came to the pits and found no water. They returned with their vessels empty. They were ashamed and confounded. Also they covered their heads, because the Adamah is parched, for there was no rain in the Adamah. The plowmen were ashamed. They covered their heads. Also the hind calved in the field, and forsook it, because there was no grass. And the wild asses stand in the high places. They snuff up the wind like dragons. Their eyes fail because there is no grass. O Yahuwah, though our iniquities testify against us, do it for your name's sake. For our backslidings are many. We have sinned against you. O the hope of Yisrael, its Savior during the time of trouble. Why will you be like an immigrant in the land, and like a wayfaring man who turns aside to tarry for a night. Why will you be like an astonished man, like a mighty man who cannot save? Yet you, O Yahweh, are in the midst of us, and we are called by your name. Do not leave us. Thus saith Yahweh to these people. Furthermore, they love to wander. They do not refrain their feet. Therefore, Yahweh does not accept them. Now he will remember their iniquity and visit their sins. Then Yehuda said to me, do not pray for these people, for their good. When they fast, I will not hear their cry. And when they offer burnt offering and an oblation, I will not accept them. But I will consume them by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. Then I said, Alas, Adonai, Yahweh, behold, the prophets say to them, you will not see the sword, nor will you have famine, but I will give you assured peace in this place. Then Yahweh said to me, the prophets prophesy lies in my name. I do not send them, nor have I commanded them, nor speak to them. They prophesy a false vision and enchantment, and a thing of nothing, and the deceit of their heart to you. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh concerning the prophets who prophesy in my name, and I have not sent them. Yet they say, sword and famine will not be in this land. Those prophets will be consumed by the sword and famine, and the people to whom they prophesy will be cast out in the streets of Jerusalem because of the famine and the sword, and they will have no one to bury them, themselves, their wives, nor their sons, nor their daughters, for I will pour their wickedness upon them. Therefore you will say this word to them, let my eyes run down with tears day and night, and let them not cease, for the virgin daughter of my people is broken with a great breach, with a very grievous blow. If I go forth into the field, then behold the slain with the sword. And if I enter into the city, then behold those who are sick with famine. Also both the prophet and the priest will go around into a land that they do not know. Have you completely rejected Yehuda? Has your soul loathed Zion? Why have you smitten us, and there is no healing for us? We looked for peace, but there is no good, and for the time of healing, yet saw trouble. We acknowledge, O Yahweh, our wickedness, and the iniquity of our fathers, for we have sinned against you. Do not detest us, for your name's sake. Do not disgrace the throne of your glory. Remember, do not break your covenant with us. Are there any among the vanities of the Gentiles who can cause rain? Or can the heavens give showers? Are you not he, O Yahweh, our Elohim? Therefore we will wait upon you, for you have made all these things. Chapter 15. Then Yahweh said to me, although Moshe and Shemuel stood before me, yet my mind cannot be with these people. Cast them out of my sight, and let them go forth. And it will come to pass, if they say to you, where will we go? Then you will tell them, thus saith Yahweh, those who are for death, to death, those who are for the sword, to the sword, those who are for famine, to famine, and those who are for captivity, to captivity. And I will appoint over them 4 kinds, saith Yahweh, the sword to slay, and the dogs to tear, and the fowls of the heavens, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth, because of Menashe, the son of Chizkiyahu, king of Yehuda, for that which he did in Jerusalem. For who will have pity upon you, O Jerusalem? Or who will bemoan you? or who will go aside to ask how you are doing. You have forsaken me, saith Yahweh. You have gone backward. Therefore I will stretch out my hand against you and destroy you. I am weary with repenting. I will fan them with a fan in the gates from the land. I will bereave them of children. I will destroy my people, because they did not return from their ways. Their widows have increased more than the sand of the seas to me. I have brought upon them, against the mother of the young men, a spoiler at noonday. I have caused him to fall upon it suddenly, and terrors upon the city. She who has carried 7 languishes. She has given up the ghost. Her sun has gone down while it is yet day. She has been ashamed and confounded. Also those who remain of them I will deliver to the sword before their enemies, saith Yahweh. Woe is me, my mother, that you have carried me, a man of strife, a man of contention, to the whole earth. I have not lent upon usury, nor has a man lent to me upon usury. However, every one of them curses to me. Yahweh said, Truly it will be well with your remnant. Truly I will cause the enemy to treat you well during the time of evil and during the time of affliction. Will iron break the northern iron and steel? I will give your substance and your treasures for plunder without price, and that is for all your sins, even in all your borders. And I will make you to pass with your enemies into a land you do not know. For a fire is kindled in my anger, which will burn upon you. O Yahweh, you know, remember me, and visit me, and avenge me of my persecutors. Do not take me away in your long-suffering. Know that I have suffered rebuke for your sake. Your words were found, and I ate them. And your word is a joy and rejoicing of my heart for me. For I am called by your name, O Yahweh Elohim of hosts. I did not sit in the assembly of the mockers, nor rejoiced. I sat alone because of your hand, for you have filled me with indignation. Why is my pain perpetual, and my wound incurable, which refuses to be healed? Will you be both like a liar and like waters that fail to me? Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, if you return, then I will bring you again, and you will stand before me. And if you will take out the precious thing from the vial, you will be like my mouth. Let them return to you, but do not return to them. And I will make you a fenced copper wall for these people, and they will fight against you, but they will not prevail against you, for I am with you to save and deliver you, saith Yahweh. And I will deliver you out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem you out of the hand of the terrible. Chapter 16. The word of Yahweh came to me also, saying, You will not take a wife, nor have sons or daughters in this place. For thus saith Yahweh concerning the sons and daughters who are born in this place, and concerning their mothers who give birth to them, and concerning their fathers who begot them in this land. They will die a grievous death. They will not be lamented, nor will they be buried, but they will be like dung upon the face of the Adamah, and they will be consumed by the sword and famine. And their carcasses will be food for the fowls of the heavens, and for the beasts of the earth. For thus saith Yahweh, Do not enter into the house of mourning, nor go to lament, nor bemoan them. For I have taken away peace from these people, saith Yahweh, even kindness and mercy. Both the great and the small will die in this land. They will not be buried, nor will men lament for them, nor cut themselves, nor make themselves bald for them, nor will men tear themselves for them in mourning, to comfort themselves for the dead. Nor will men give up the cup of consolation to drink for their father or for their mother. Also, you will not go into the house of feasting, to sit with them to eat and drink. For thus saith Jehu of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Behold, in your eyes and during your days I will cause the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride to end from this place. And it will come to pass, when you show these things, all these words, and they will say to you, Why has Jehu pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? Or what is our sin that we have committed against Jehu, our Elohim? Then you will say to them, Because your fathers have forsaken me, saith Jehu, and have walked after other deities, and have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, and have not kept my teaching. Also you have done worse than your fathers, for behold, each of you walk after the imagination of his evil heart, such that they do not hearken to me. Therefore I will cast you out of this land into a land that you do not know, not you nor your fathers. And there, where I will not show you favor, you will serve other deities day and night. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Jehu, that it will not be said any more, Jehu lives, who brought up the children of Yisrael out from the land of Mitzrayim. Instead, Jehu lives, who brought up the children of Yisrael from the land of the north, and from the lands where he had driven them. Then I will bring them into their Adamah that I gave to their fathers again. Behold, I will send for many fishers, saith Jehu, and they will fish them. And after that, I will send for many hunters, and they will hunt them from every mountain and from every hill, and out of every hole of the rocks. For my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hidden from my face, nor is their iniquity hidden from my eyes. And together I will repay their iniquity and their sin double, because they have defiled my land. They have defiled the inheritance with the carcasses of their detestable and abominable things. O Jehu, my strength and my fortress and my refuge during the day of affliction, the Gentiles will come to you from the ends of the earth and say, Surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things in which there is no profit. Will an Adam make deities for himself? Yet they are not deities. Therefore, behold, I will cause them to know this time, and I will cause them to know my hand and my might, and they will know that my name is Jehu. Chapter 17. The sin of Yehuda is written with a pen of iron, and with the point of a diamond. It is engraved upon the table of their heart, and upon the horns of their altars. While their children remember their altars and their groves by the green trees upon the high hills. O my mountain in the field, I will give your substance and your treasures for a plunder, and your high places for sin throughout all your borders. You will fall, and with you the heritage that I gave you, and I will cause you to serve your enemies in the land that you do not know. For you have kindled a fire in my anger, which will burn forever. Thus saith Jehu, Cursed is the man who trusts in Adam, and makes his arm flesh, and whose arm departs from Jehu. For he will be like the shrub in the desert, and will not see when good comes, but will inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in the salted and uninhabited land. Endowed is the man who trusts in Jehu, and whose hope is Jehu. For he will be like a tree planted by the waters, and that spreads out her roots by the river, and will not see when heat comes, but her leaf will be green, and will not be careful during the year of drought, nor will cease from yielding fruit. The heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. Who can know it? I, Yahuwah, search the heart, to try the reins, even to give every man according to his ways, and according to the fruit of his doings. Like a brooding partridge, but does not hatch, getting riches, but not with judgment. In the midst of his days it will leave him, and at his end he will be a fool. From the beginning our sanctuary is a glorious high throne. O Yahuwah, the hope of Yisrael, all who forsake you will be ashamed, and those who depart from me will be written in the earth, because they have forsaken Yahuwah, the fountain of living waters. Heal me, O Yahuwah, and I will be healed. Save me, and I will be saved, for you are my praise. Behold, they say to me, where is the word of Yahuwah? Let it come now. As for me, I have not rushed from being a pastor to follow you, nor have I desired the woeful day, nor have I desired the woeful day. You know that which comes out of my lips is right before you. Do not be a terror to me. You are my hope during the day of evil. Let those who persecute me be confounded. But do not let me be confounded. Let them be dismayed. But do not let me be dismayed. Bring the day of evil upon them, and destroy them with double destruction. Thus saith Yahuwah to me, Go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, by which the kings of Yehudah come in, and by which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem, and say to them, Hear the word of Yahuwah, you kings of Yehudah, and all Yehudah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, who enter in by these gates. Thus saith Yahuwah, Take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the day of Shabbat, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem, nor carry forth a burden out of your houses on the day of Shabbat, nor do any work, but hallow the day of Shabbat, like I have commanded your fathers. However, they did not obey nor incline their ear, but made their neck stiff, such that they did not hear nor receive instruction. However, it will come to pass, if you diligently hearken to me, saith Yahuwah, to bring no burden through the gates of this city on the day of Shabbat, but hallow the day of Shabbat, to do no work during it. Then kings and princes sitting on the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, will enter into the gates of this city, they and their princes, and the men of Yehudah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and this city will remain forever. And they will come from the cities of Yehudah, and from the places around Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the plain, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing ascension offerings, and sacrifices, and memorial offerings, and incense, and bringing sacrifices of praise to the house of Yahuwah. But if you will not hearken to me, to hallow the day of Shabbat, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gates of Jerusalem on the day of Shabbat, then I will kindle a fire in its gates, and it will devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it will not be quenched. Chapter 18. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahuwah, saying, Arise and go down to the potter's house, and there I will cause you to hear my words. Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he worked a work on the wheels. And the clay vessel that he made was damaged by the hand of the potter. Therefore he made it into another vessel again, as it seemed good for the potter to make. Then the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, O house of Yisrael, Can I not do with you like this potter, saith Yahuwah? Behold, like the clay in the potter's hand, so too you are in my hand, O house of Yeshariel. The moment I speak concerning a nation and kingdom to pluck up, and to pull down, and to destroy, if that nation against whom I have pronounced turns from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I have thought to do to them. And the moment I speak concerning a nation and kingdom to build and to plant it, if it does evil in my sight, such that it does not obey my voice, then I will repent of the good of which I said I would benefit them. Now go to speak to the men of Yehuda and to the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I have framed evil against you, and devise a plot against you. Now everyone turn from his evil way, also make your ways and doings good. But they said, There is no hope. Instead, we will walk after our own devices, and everyone will do the imagination of his evil heart. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah, Now ask among the nations, who has heard such things? The Virgin of Yeshariel has done a very horrible thing. Does the snow of Lebanon ever vanish from its rocky slopes? Do its cool waters ever stop flowing from distant sources? Because my people have forgotten me, they have burned incense for nothing, and their ways have caused themselves to stumble from the ancient paths, to walk in paths not built up, to make their land desolate and a perpetual hissing. Everyone who passes by there will be astonished and shake his head. I will scatter them like the east wind from the enemy. During the day of their calamity, I will show them the back and not the face. Then they will say, Come and let us devise plots against Jiremijehu, for the teaching will not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, let us strike him with the tongue, and let us not give heed to any of his words. Give heed to me, O Yahuwah, and hearken to the voice of those who contend with me. Will evil be repaid for good? For they have dug a pit for my soul. Remember that I stood before you to speak good to them, and to turn away your wrath from them. Therefore deliver your children up to the famine, and pour out their blood by the force of the sword, and let their wives be bereaved of their children, and become widows, and let their men be put to death. Let their young men be slain in battle by the sword. When you bring a troop suddenly upon them, let a cry be heard from their houses, for they have dug a pit to take me, and hid snares for my feet. Yet, Yahuwah, you know all the counsel against me to slay me. Do not forgive their iniquity, nor blot out their sin from your sight, but let them be overthrown before you. Deal thus with them during the time of your anger. Chapter 19. Thus saith Yahuwah, Go and get a potter's earthen bottle, and take from the ancient people and from the ancient priests. Then go forth to the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is by the entrance of the east gate. Then there proclaim the words that I will tell you. And say, Hear the word of Yahuwah, O King of Yehuda, and inhabitants of Yerushalayim. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yeshariel, Behold, I will bring evil upon this place, of which whoever hears, his ears will tingle, because they have forsaken me, and have abandoned this place, and have burned incense to other deities, whom they do not know, nor did their fathers know, nor the kings of Yehuda. And they have filled this place with the blood of the innocent. Also, they have built the high places of Baal, to burn their sons with fire for ascension offerings unto Baal, which I did not command, nor speak, nor did it come into my mind. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that this place will not be called Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom any more. And I will make the counsel of Yehuda and Yerushalayim in this place void. And I will cause them to fall by the sword before their enemies, and by the hands of those who seek their lives. And I will give their carcasses for food to the fowls of the heavens and the beasts of the earth. Furthermore, I will make this city desolate and a hissing. Everyone who passes by will be astonished and hiss because of all of its plagues. And I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters. Also, everyone will eat the flesh of his friend during the siege and the distress of their enemies, and those who seek their lives. Then you will break the bottle in the sight of the men who go with you, and say to you, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, Even so I will break these people and this city, like one who breaks a potter's vessel, that cannot be made whole again, and they will be buried in Tophet, until there is no place to bury. Thus I will do to this place, saith Yahuwah, and to its inhabitants, and even this city like Tophet. Furthermore, the houses of Yerushalayim and the houses of the kings of Yehuda will be defiled like the place of Tophet, because of all the houses upon whose roofs they have burned incense to all the hosts of the heavens, and have poured out drink offerings to other deities. Then Jiremijehu came from Tophet, where Yahuwah had sent him to prophesy, and he stood in the court of the house of Yahuwah, and said to all the people, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Behold, I will bring upon this city and upon all her towns all the evil that I have pronounced against it, because they have hardened their necks, such that they will not hear my words. Chapter 20. Now Pashkur, the son of Amor, the priest, who was also chief governor in the house of Yahuwah, heard that Jiremijehu prophesied these things, and put him in the stocks that were in the high gate of Binyamin, which was by the house of Yahuwah. And it came to pass on the next day that Pashkur brought Jiremijehu out of the stocks. Then Jiremijehu said to him, Yahuwah has not made your name Pashkur, but Magar Misabib, for thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I will make you a terror to yourself and to your friends. Moreover, they will fall by the sword of their enemies, and your eyes will see it. Also, I will give all Yehuda into the hand of the king of Babel. Then he will carry them captive into Babel, and slay them with the sword. Furthermore, I will deliver all the strength of this city, and all its labors, and all its precious things, and all the treasures of the kings of Yehuda. I will bring them into the hand of their enemies, who will plunder them, and take them, and carry them to Babel. Then you, Pashkur, and all who dwell in your house will go into captivity. Also, you will come to Babel. Furthermore, there you will die and be buried, you and all your friends unto whom you have prophesied lies. O Yahuwah, you have persuaded me. Therefore I am persuaded. You are stronger than I, and have prevailed. I am in a laughingstock daily. Everyone mocks me. For since I spoke, I cried out. I cried violence and plunder, because the word of Yahuwah was made a reproach to me, and a laughingstock daily. Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak in his name any more. But his word was in my heart, like a burning fire shut up in my bones. Also I was weary for withholding, and could not. For I heard the defaming of many, fear on every side. They said, report, and we will report it. All my peace was watched for ceasing. Perhaps he will be enticed. Then we will prevail against him, and we will take our revenge upon him. But Yahweh is with me, like a mighty, terrible one. Therefore my persecutors will stumble, and they will not prevail. They will be greatly ashamed, for they will not prosper. Their everlasting confusion will never be forgotten. But, O Yahweh of hosts, who try the righteous and sees the reins and the heart, let me see your vengeance upon them, for I have opened my cause unto you. Sing unto Yahweh, praise Yahweh, for he has delivered the soul of the poor from the hand of the evildoers. Cursed is the day in which I was born. Do not let the day in which my mother bore me be in doubt. Cursed is the man who brought tidings to my father, saying, a man-child is born to you, making him very glad. And let that man be like the cities that Yehudah overthrew and did not repent. Also let him hear the cry in the morning and the shout at noontide, because he did not kill me from the womb. Also because my mother might have been my grave, and her pregnant womb would always be with me. Why did I come out of the womb to see labor and sorrow, so that my days will be consumed with shame? Chapter 21. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahweh. When King Jeshojehu sent Pashkur, the son of Malchiah, to him, and Zebaniah, the son of Maashiah, the priest, saying, Inquire, I pray you, unto Yahweh for us, for Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, makes war against us. If it be so that Yahweh will deal with us according to all these wondrous works, that he may go up from us. Therefore Jiremijehu said to them, Thus you will say to Jeshojehu, Thus saith Yahweh Elohim of Yisrael, Behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, of which you fight against the king of Babel, and against the Chaldeans, who besiege you outside the walls, and I will assemble them into the midst of the city. Then I will fight against you with an outstretched hand, and with a strong arm myself, even in anger, and in fury, and in great wrath. And I will strike the inhabitants of this city, both Adam and beast. They will die of a great pestilence. And afterward, saith Yahweh, I will deliver Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, and his servants, and the people, and those who are left in this city from the pestilence, from the sword, and from the famine, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those who seek their life. And he will strike them with the edge of the sword. He will not spare them, nor have pity, nor have mercy. Moreover, you will say to these people, Thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I set the way of life, and the way of death before you. He who abides in this city will die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he who goes out and falls to the Chaldeans, who besiege you, he will live, and his life will be for a prey to him. For I have set my face against this city for evil, and not for good, saith Yahweh. It will be given into the hand of the king of Babel, and he will burn it with fire. And concerning the house of the king of Yehudah, say, Hear the word of Yahweh, O house of David, thus saith Yahweh, Execute judgment in the morning, and deliver him who is plundered out of the hand of the oppressor, lest my fury go out like fire, and burn such that no one can quench it, because of the evil of your doings. Behold, I am against you, O inhabitant of the valley, and rock of the plain, saith Yahuwah, who says, Who will come down against us, or who will enter into our habitations? But I will punish you according to the fruit of your doings, saith Yahuwah, and I will kindle a fire in its forest, and it will devour everything that is around it. Chapter 22. Thus saith Yahuwah, Go down to the house of the king of Yehudah, and speak this word there, and say, Hear the word of Yahuwah, O king of Yehudah, who sits upon the throne of David, you and your servants and your people who enter in by these gates. Thus saith Yahuwah, Execute judgment and righteousness, and deliver the plundered out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong, nor do violence to the immigrant, the fatherless, nor the widow, nor shed innocent blood in this place. For if you do this thing, indeed, then kings sitting upon the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, will enter in by the gate of this house, he and his servants and his people. But if you will not hear these words, I swear by myself, saith Yahuwah, that this house will become a desolation. For thus saith Yahuwah to the house of the king of Yehudah, You are Gilead to me, the head of Lebanon. Yet surely I will make you a wilderness, the cities that are not inhabited. And I will prepare destroyers against you, everyone with his weapons. Then they will cut down your choice cedars and cast them into the fire. And many nations will pass by this city, and everyone will say to his neighbor, Why has Yahuwah done this to this great city? Then they will answer, Because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahuwah, their Elohim, and worshipped other deities, and served them. But do not weep for the dead, nor bemoan him, but weep severely for him who goes astray, for he will return no more, nor see his native country. For thus saith Yahuwah concerning Shalom, the son of Jeshojehu, the king of Yehudah, who reigned instead of Jeshojehu his father, who went out of this place. He will not return there any more, but he will die in the place where they have led him captive, and will see this land no more. Woe to him who builds his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by wrongdoings, who uses his neighbor's service without wages, and does not give him for his work, who says, I will build me a wide house, and large chambers, and cut out windows for it, and it will be paneled with cedar, and painted with vermilion. Will you reign because you enclosed yourself in cedar? Did your father not eat and drink, and do judgment and justice? And then it was well with him? He judged the cause of the poor and needy. Therefore it was well with him. Was this not known to me, saith Yahuwah? However, your eyes and your heart are not, except for covetousness, and upon innocent blood, and upon oppression, and upon violence to do it. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah concerning Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, They will not lament for him, saying, Ah, my brother, or Ah, my sister. They will not lament for him, saying, Ah, Lord, or Ah, his glory. He will be buried with the burial of an ass, drawn and cast out beyond the gates of Jerusalem. Go up to Lebanon. Go up to Lebanon and cry, and lift up your voice in Bashan, and cry from the passages, for all your lovers are destroyed. I spoke to you during your prosperity, but you said, I will not hear. This has been your manner from your youth, that you do not obey my voice. The wind will eat up all your pastures, and your lovers will go into captivity. Surely, then you will be ashamed and confounded for all your wickedness, O inhabitant of Lebanon, who makes your nest in the cedars. How gracious will you be when pains come upon you, the pain like that of a woman in travail? As I live, saith Yahuwah, although Jiremijehu, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, were the signet upon my hand, still yet I will pluck you there, and I will give you into the hand of those who seek your life, and into the hand of those whose face you fear, even into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and into the hand of the Chaldeans. And I will cast you out. Also I will cast you out, your mother who bore you, into another country where you were not born, and there you will die. However, to the land that they desire to return, there they will not return. Is this man Jiremijehu a despised broken idol? Is he a vessel in which is no pleasure? Why are you cast out, he and his seed, and are cast into a land which they do not know? O earth, 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 hear the word of Yahuwah. Thus saith Yahuwah, write this childless man, a man who will not prosper during his days, for no man of his seed will prosper, sitting upon the throne of David, and ruling in Yehuda any more. Chapter 23. Woe to the pastors who destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith Yahuwah. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael against the pastors who feed my people. You have scattered my flock, and have driven away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doings, saith Yahuwah. I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries where I have driven them, and bring them again to their folds, and they will be fruitful and increase. And over them I will set up shepherds who will feed them, and they will not fear any more, nor be dismayed, nor will they be lacking, saith Yahuwah. Behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that I will raise a righteous branch for David. Then a king will reign and prosper, and will execute judgment and justice in the earth. During his days Yehuda will be saved, and Yisrael will dwell safely. And this is his name by which he will be called. Yahuwah is our righteousness. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that they will not say any more, Yahuwah lives, who brought up the children of Yisrael from the land of Mitzrayim. But Yahuwah lives, who brought up and led the seed of the house of Yisrael out of the north country, and from all countries where I have driven them, and they will dwell in their Adamah. My heart within me is broken because of the prophets. All my bones shake. I am like a drunk man, and like a man whom wine has overcome, because of Yahuwah, and because of the words of his holiness. For the land is full of adulterers. Because of swearing, the land mourns. The pleasant places of the wilderness are dried up, and their force is not right. For both prophet and priest are profane. Also I have found their wickedness in my house, saith Yahuwah. Why should their way be like slippery ways in the darkness for them? They will be driven on and fall in it, for I will bring evil upon them, even the year of their visitation, saith Yahuwah. And I have seen folly in the prophets of Shamarun. They prophesied with Baal, and caused my people, Yisrael, to err. Also I have seen a horrible thing with the prophets of Yerushalayim. They commit adultery and walk in lies. Also they strengthen the hands of evildoers, so that no one returns from his wickedness. All of them are like Sedum to me, and the inhabitants of it like Amorah.
Therefore, thus saith Jehu of hosts concerning the prophets, Behold, I will feed them with wormwood, and make them drink the water of gall. For from the prophets of Yerushalayim, profaneness has gone forth into all the land. Thus saith Jehu of hosts, Do not hearken to the words of the prophets who prophesy to you. They make you vain. They speak a vision of their own heart, and not of the mouth of Yahuwah. They still say to those who despise me, Yahuwah has said, You will have peace. And they say to everyone who walks after the imagination of his own heart, No evil will come upon you. For who has stood in the counsel of Yahuwah, and has perceived and heard his word? Who has marked his word and heard it? Behold, a whirlwind of Yahuwah has gone forth with fury, even a grievous whirlwind. It will fall grievously upon the head of the wicked. The anger of Yahuwah will not return until he has executed and he has performed the thoughts of his heart. In the latter days you will understand it perfectly. I have not sent these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. However, if they stood in my counsel and had caused my people to hear my words, then they would have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their doings. I am an Elohim at hand, saith Yahuwah, and not an Elohim afar off. Can anyone hide himself in secret places that I will not see him, saith Yahuwah? Do I not feel the heavens and earth, saith Yahuwah? I have heard what the prophets said, who prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long will this be in the heart of the prophets who prophesy lies? Truly, they are prophets of deceit of their own heart, who think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams. They tell every man to his neighbor, just as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. The prophet who has a dream, let him tell a dream, and he who has a word, let him speak my word faithfully. What is the chaff to the wheat, saith Yahuwah? Is my word not like fire, saith Yahuwah, and like a hammer that breaks the rock in pieces? Therefore, behold, I am against the prophets, saith Yahuwah, who steal my words, everyone from his neighbor. Behold, I am against the prophets, saith Yahuwah, who use their tongues and say, He says. Behold, I am against those who prophesy false dreams, saith Yahuwah, and tell them, and cause my people to err by their lies, and by their lightness. Yet I do not send them, nor command them. Therefore they will not benefit these people at all, saith Yahuwah. And when these people, or the prophet, or a priest asks you, saying, What is the burden of Yahuwah? You will say to them, What burden? I will not forsake you, saith Yahuwah. And as for the prophet and the priest and the people who say, The burden of Yahuwah, I will even punish that man and his house. Therefore you will say to everyone his neighbor, and everyone his brother, what Yahuwah has answered, and what Yahuwah has spoken. Then you will not mention the claim of Yahuwah any more, for every man's word will be his claim. For you have perverted the words of the living Elohim, Yahuwah of hosts, our Elohim. You will say this to the prophet, What has Yahuwah answered you, and what has Yahuwah spoken? But since you say, The claim of Yahuwah, therefore, thus saith Yahuwah, because you say this word, the claim of Yahuwah, and I have sent to you, saying, You will not say the claim of Yahuwah. Therefore, behold, I, even I, will utterly forget you, and I will forsake you, and the city that I gave you and your fathers, and cast you out of my presence. And I will bring an everlasting reproach upon you, and a perpetual shame, which will not be forgotten.
Chapter 24. Yahuwah showed me, and behold, 2 baskets of figs were set before the temple of Yahuwah. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, carried Yekoniah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, and the princes of Yehuda, and the carpenters, with the carpenters and smiths, away captive from Jerusalem, and brought them to Babel. A basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are first ripened. And the other baskets had very bad figs, which could not be eaten. They were very bad. Then Yahuwah said to me, "What do you see, Jiremijehu?" And I said, "Figs. The good figs are very good, and the bad are very bad, such that they cannot be eaten. They are so bad." Again the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, "Thus saith Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, like these good figs, so too I will acknowledge those who are carried away captive of Yehuda, whom I have sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans for their good. For I will set my eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them to this land again. Also I will build them and not pull them down, and I will plant them and not pluck them up. And I will give them a heart to know me, that I am he who exists. Then they will be my people, and I will be their Elohim, for they will return to me with their whole heart. And as for the bad figs that cannot be eaten, they are too bad. Surely, thus saith Yahuwah, therefore I will give Jiremijehu the king of Yehuda and his princes, and those remaining of Jerusalem who remain in this land, and those who dwell in the land of Mitzrayim. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their harm, to be a reproach and proverb, a taunt and curse, in all places where I have driven them. And I will send the sword, the famine, and the pestilence among them, until they are consumed from off the Adamah that I gave to them and to their fathers. Chapter 25. The word that came to Jiremijehu concerning all the people of Yehuda during the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehuda, which was the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, which Jiremijehu the prophet spoke to all the people of Yehuda and to all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Since the 13th year of Jeshojehu, the son of Amun, king of Yehuda, even until today, which is the 23rd year, the word of Yahuwah has come to me, and I have spoken to you, rising early and speaking, but you have not listened. And Yahuwah has sent all of his servants, the prophets, to you, rising early and sending them, but you have not hearkened, nor inclined your ear to hear. They said, Now turn yourself again, everyone, from his evil way, and from the evil of your doings, and dwell in the Adamah that Yahuwah has given to you and to your fathers forever and ever. And do not go after other deities to serve them, and to worship them, and do not provoke me to anger with the works of your hands. Then I will not do you any harm. Yet you have not hearkened to me, saith Yahuwah, such that you have provoked me to anger with the works of your hands for your own harm. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, because you have not heard my words, behold, I will send and bring all the families of the north, saith Yahuwah, also Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel, my servant. Then I will bring them against this land, and against its inhabitants, and against all these nations round about, and will completely destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and a hissing, and perpetual desolations.
Moreover, I will take the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstone, and the light of the candle from them. And this whole land will become a desolation and an astonishment, and these nations will serve the king of Babel for 70 years. And it will come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babel and that nation, saith Yahuwah, for their iniquity and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make it perpetual desolations. And I will bring all my words which I have pronounced against it upon that land, even all that are written in this Sefer, which Jiremijehu has prophesied against all the nations. For they will serve many nations and great kings also, and I will repay them according to their deeds, and according to the works of their own hands. For thus saith Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael to me, take the wine cup of this fury at my hand, and cause all the nations of whom I send you to drink it. And they will drink and be moved, and be mad, because of the sword that I will send among them. Therefore I took the cup at the hand of Yahuwah, and made all the nations of which Yahuwah had sent me to drink, to know Yerushalayim, and the cities of Yehudah, and its kings, and its princes, to make them a desolation, an astonishment, a hissing, and a curse, like it is today. Paro, king of Mitzrayim, and his servants, and his princes, and all his people, and all the mingled people, and all the kings from the land of Auts, and all the kings from the land of the Pelishtim, and Ashkelon, and Azza, and Akrun, and the remnant of Ashdod, Adam, and Moab, and the children of Ammon, and all the kings of Zur, and all the kings of Zidon, and the kings of the islands that are beyond the seas, Dedan, and Tema, and Buz, and all who are in the outermost corners, and all the kings of the mingled people who dwell in the desert, and all the kings of Zimri, and all the kings of Ailam, and all the kings of Madai, and all the kings of the north, far and near, one with another, and all the kingdoms of the world that are upon the face of the earth. Also the king of Sheshach will drink after them. Therefore you will say to them, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, drink and become drunk, and spew and fall, and rise no more, because of the sword that I will send among you. And it will be, if they refuse to take the cup at your hand to drink, then you will say to them, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, you will certainly drink, for look, I will begin to bring evil upon the city that is called by my name. And should you be completely unpunished? You will not be unpunished, because I will call for a sword upon all the inhabitants of the earth, saith Yahuwah of hosts. Therefore prophesy all these words against them, and say to them, Yahuwah will roar from on high, and utter his voice from his holy habitation. He will roar mightily upon his habitation. He will give a shout like those who tread the grapes, against all the inhabitants of the earth. A noise will come even to the ends of the earth. For Yahuwah has a controversy with the nations. He will plead with all flesh. He will give those who are wicked to the sword, saith Yahuwah. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, Behold, evil will go forth from nation to nation, and a great whirlwind will rise up from the borders of the earth. During that day, saith Yahuwah of hosts, will be from one end of the earth even to the other end of the Adamah. They will not be mourned, nor gathered, nor buried. They will be dung upon the ground. Howl and cry, you shepherds, and hollow yourself in the ashes, you principal of the flock. For the days of your slaughter and of your dispersions are accomplished, and you will fall like a pleasant vessel. And the shepherds will have no way to flee, nor the principal of the flock to escape. A voice of the cry of the shepherds and a howling of the principal of the flock will be heard, for Yahweh has plundered their pasture, and peaceful habitations are cut down because of the fierce anger of Yahweh. Like a lion, he has left his den, for their land is desolate because of the fierceness of the oppressor and because of his fierce anger. Chapter 26. In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehuda, this word came from Yahweh, saying, Thus saith Yahweh, stand in the court of the house of Yahweh, and speak to all the cities of Yehuda, which come to worship in the house of Yahweh. All the words that I command you to speak to them, do not diminish a word. If so, they will hearken, and every man will turn from his evil way, so that I may repent myself of the evil which I propose to do to them, because of the evil of their doings. Therefore you will say to them, Thus saith Yahweh, if you will not hearken to me, to walk in my teaching, which I have set before you, to hearken to the words of my servants the prophets, whom I send to you, both rising up early and sending them, but you have not hearkened, then I will make this house like Shiloh, and will make this city a curse to all the nations of the earth. So the priests and the prophets and all the people heard Jiremijehu speaking these words in the house of Yahweh. Therefore the priests and the prophets and all the people heard Jiremijehu speaking these words in the house of Yahweh. Now it came to pass when Jiremijehu had finished speaking all the words that Yahweh had commanded him to speak to all the people, that the priests and the prophets and all the people took him, saying, You will surely die. Why have you prophesied in the name of Yahweh, saying, This house will be like Shiloh, and this city will be desolate without an inhabitant? Moreover, all the people were gathered against Jiremijehu in the house of Yahweh. When the princes of Yehuda heard these things, then they came up from the house of the king to the house of Yahweh, and sat down in the entrance of the new gate of the house of Yahweh. Then the priests and the prophets spoke to the princes and to all the people, saying, This man is worthy of death, for he has prophesied against this city, like you have heard with your ears. Then Jiremijehu spoke to all the princes and to all the people, saying, Yahweh sent me to prophesy against this house and against this city all the words that you have heard. Therefore amend your ways and your doings now, and obey the voice of Yahweh your Elohim. Then Yahweh will repent himself of the evil that he has pronounced against you. As for me, behold, I am in your hand. Do with me as seems good and appropriate to you. But know for certain that if you put me to death, you will surely bring innocent blood upon yourselves, and upon this city, and upon its inhabitants. For of a truth, Yahweh has sent me to you, to speak all these words in your ears. Then the princes and all the people said to the priest and to the prophets, This man is not worthy of death, for he has spoken to us in the name of Yahweh our Elohim. Then some of the elders rose up from the land and spoke to the entire assembly of people, saying, Micah and Morasheti prophesied during the days of Chizkiyahu, king of Yehuda, and spoke to all the people of Yehuda, saying, Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, Zion will be plowed like a field, and Yerushalayim will become heaps, and the mountain house
will be like the high places of the forest. Did Jeshojehu, king of Yehuda, and all Yehuda put him to death at all? Did he not fear Yehuah and seek Yehuah? Then Yehuah repented himself of the evil that he had pronounced against them. Therefore we are causing great evil against our souls. Also there was a man who prophesied in the name of Yehuah, Uriah, the son of Shemaiah, of Kiriath Yearim, who prophesied against this city and against this land, according to all the words of Jiremijehu. And when Jehoiakim the king and all his mighty men and all the princes heard his words, the king sought to put him to death. However, when Uriah heard it, he was afraid and fled and went into Mitzrayim. Therefore Jehoiakim the king sent men into Mitzrayim, namely Al-Natan, the son of Akbor, and some men into Mitzrayim with him. And they fetched Uriah out of Mitzrayim, and brought him to Jehoiakim the king, who slew him with the sword, and cast his dead body into the graves of the common people. However, the hand of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, was with Jiremijehu, so that they would not give him into the hand of the people to put him to death. Chapter 27. In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehuda, this word came to Jiremijehu from Yehuah, saying, Thus saith Yehuah to me, Make bonds and yokes, then put them upon your neck. Also send them to the king of Adum, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of Ammon, and to the king of Zur, and to the king of Sidon, by the hand of the messengers who will come to Jerusalem, to Tzidkiyahu, king of Yehuda, and command them to say to their masters, Thus saith Yehuah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Tell this to your masters, I have made the earth, the Adam, and the beasts that are upon the ground, by my great power and by my outstretched arm. Also I have given it to whom it seemed appropriate to me. And now I have given all of these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel, my servant. Also I have given him the beasts of the field to serve him. And all the nations will serve him, and his son, and his son's son, until the time comes of his land. Then many nations and great kings will be served by him. And it will come to pass that the nation and kingdom that does not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel, and who will not put his neck under the yoke of the king of Babel, I will punish that nation, saith Yehuah, with the sword, and with the famine, and with the pestilence, until I have consumed them by his hand. Therefore do not hearken to your prophets, nor to your enchanters, nor to your dreamers, nor to your diviner of clouds, nor to your sorcerers who speak to you, saying, You will not serve the king of Babel. For they prophesy a lie to you, to remove you far from your Adamah. Then I will drive you out, and you will perish. But the nations will bring their neck under the yoke of the king of Babel, and serve him, and I will allow them to remain in their own Adamah still, saith Yehuah, and they will plow it, and dwell in it. Also I spoke to Tzidkiyahu, king of Yehuda, according to all these words, saying, Bring your necks under the yoke of the king of Babel, then serve him and his people, and live. Why should you and your people die by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, like Yehuah has spoken against the nation who will not serve the king of Babel? Therefore do not hearken to the words of the prophets who speak to you, saying,
You will not serve the king of Babel, for they prophesy a lie to you. For I have not sent them, saith Yahuwah. Yet they prophesy a lie in my name, so that I might drive you out, and so that you might perish, you and the prophets who prophesy to you. Also I spoke to the priests and to all these people, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, do not hearken to the words of your prophets who prophesy to you, saying, Behold, the vessels from the house of Yahuwah will now be brought to you again from Babel, for they prophesy a lie to you. Do not hearken to them. Serve the king of Babel and live. Why should this city be laid waste? But if they are prophets, and if the word of Yahuwah is with them, let them make intercession unto Yahuwah of hosts now, so that the vessels that are left in the house of Yahuwah, and in the house of the king of Yehuda, and at Yerushalayim, do not go into Babel. For thus saith Yahuwah of hosts concerning the pillars, and concerning the sea, and concerning the bases, and concerning the remnant vessels that remain in this city, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, did not take when he carried Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, away captive from Yerushalayim to Babel, and all the nobles of Yehuda and Yerushalayim. For Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, says this concerning the vessels that remain in the house of Yahuwah, and in the house of the king of Yehuda, and of Yerushalayim. They will be carried to Babel, and they will be there until the day that I visit them, saith Yahuwah. Then I will bring them up and restore them to its place. Chapter 28. And it came to pass that same year, during the beginning of the reign of Jiremijehu, the king of Yehuda, in the 4th year, and in the 5th month, that Hananiah, the son of Azor, the prophet, who was from Gibeon, spoke to me in the house of Yahuwah, in the presence of the priests and of all the people, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, saying, I have broken the yoke of the king of Babel. Within 2 full years I will bring all the vessels of the house of Yahuwah, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, took away from this place, and carried them to Babel, to this place again. And I will bring Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, and all the captives of Yehuda, who went into Babel, to this place again, saith Yahuwah, for I will break the yoke of the king of Babel. Then the prophet Jiremijehu spoke to the prophet Hananiah in the presence of the priests, and in the presence of all the people who stood in the house of Yahuwah. And the prophet Jiremijehu said, Amen. Yahuwah do so. May Yahuwah perform your words that you have prophesied, to bring the vessels of the house of Yahuwah and all who are carried away captive again from Babel to this place. However, now hear the word that I speak in your ears and in the ears of all the people. The prophets who were before me and before you of old prophesied against many countries, and against great kingdoms of war and of evil and of pestilence. The prophet who prophesied of peace, when the word of the prophet came to pass, then the prophet will be known, if Yahuwah has truly sent him. Then Hananiah the prophet took the yoke from off the prophet Jiremijehu's neck and broke it. And Hananiah spoke in the presence of the people, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, even so I will break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, from the neck of all nations within the span of 2 full years. Then the prophet Jiremijehu went his way. Furthermore, the word of Yahuwah came to Jiremijehu the prophet.
After Hananiah the prophet had broken the yoke from off the neck of the prophet Jiremijehu, saying, Go tell Hananiah, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, you have broken the yokes of wood, but you have made yokes of iron for them. For thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, I have put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, so that they may serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and they will serve him. Also, I have given him the beasts of the field. Then the prophet Jiremijehu said to Hananiah, the prophet, Hear now, Hananiah, Yahuwah has not sent you, but you make these people to trust in a lie. Thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I will cast you from off the face of the Adamah. You will die this year, because you have taught rebellion against Yahuwah. Therefore Hananiah the prophet died that same year during the 7th month. Chapter 29. Now these are the words of the letter that Jiremijehu the prophet sent from Jerusalem to the remnant of the elders who were carried away captives, also to the priests and to the prophets, and to all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried away captive from Jerusalem to Babel. After Jeconiah the king, and the queen, and the eunuchs, the princes of Yehudah and Jerusalem, and the carpenters, and the smiths had departed from Jerusalem, by the hand of Elisha the son of Shaphan, and Jiremijehu the son of Hilkiah, who Jeshojehu the king of Yehudah sent to Babel, to Nebuchadnezzar king of Babel, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, concerning all who are carried away captives, who I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem to Babel. Build yourself houses and dwell in them. Also plant gardens and eat their fruit. Also take wives, beget sons and daughters. Then take wives for your sons and give your daughters to husbands, so that they may bear sons and daughters, so that they may increase there and not diminish. And concerning the city where I have caused you to be carried away captives, seek peace and pray unto Yahuwah for it. For in its peace you will have peace. For thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, do not let your prophets and your enchanters who are in the midst of you deceive you, nor hearken to your dreams which you cause to be dreamed. For they prophesy falsely to you in my name. I have not sent them, saith Yahuwah. For thus saith Yahuwah, after 70 years are complete at Babel, then I will visit you and perform my good word toward you in causing you to return to this place. For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, saith Yahuwah, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you a future and hope. Then you will call upon me, and you will go and pray to me, and I will hearken to you. And you will seek me and find me, when you search for me with all your heart. And I will be found by you, saith Yahuwah, and I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather you from all the nations, and from all the places where I have driven you, saith Yahuwah, and I will return you again from the place where I have caused you to be carried away captive. For you will say, Yahuwah has raised up prophets for us in Babel. Know that Yahuwah says this of the kings who sit upon the throne of David, and of all the people who dwell in this city, and of your brethren who do not go into captivity with you. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, Behold, I will send the sword, the famine, and the pestilence among them, and I will make them like vile figs that cannot be eaten. They are so evil. And I will persecute them with the sword, with the famine, and with the pestilence, and will deliver them to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth, to be a curse and an astonishment, and a hissing and a reproach among all the nations where I have driven them, because they have not hearkened to my words, saith Yahuwah, which I sent to them by my servants the prophets, rising up early and sending them. But you would not hear, saith Yahuwah. Therefore hear the word of Yahuwah, all you from the captivity, whom I have sent from Yerushalayim to Babel. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yeshariel, of Ahab, the son of Gulaiah, and of Jiremijehu, the son of Maashiyehu, who prophesy a lie to you in my name. Behold, I will deliver them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and he will slay them before your eyes. And of them a curse will be taken up by all the captives of Yehudah who are in Babel, saying, Yahuwah will make you like Jiremijehu and like Ahab, whom the king of Babel roasted in the fire, because they have committed villainy in Yeshariel, and have committed adultery with their neighbors' wives, and have spoken lying words in my name, which I have not commanded them, even I know, and am a witness, saith Yahuwah. Also you will speak to Shemaiah the Nechalami, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yeshariel, saying, Yahuwah has made you priest instead of Yehoiada, the priest, so that you will be officers in the house of Yahuwah, for every man who is made mad and makes himself a prophet, so that you will put him in prison and in the stocks. Now therefore, why have you not reproved Jiremijehu of Anatut, who makes himself a prophet to you? For upon this he has sent us into Babel, saying, This captivity is long. Build yourself houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat their fruit. Then the word of Yahuwah came to Jiremijehu, saying, Send to all those of the captivity, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah concerning Shemaiah the Nechalami, because Shemaiah has prophesied to you, and I did not send him, and he caused you to trust in a lie. Therefore thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I will punish Shemaiah the Nechalami and his seed, and he will not have a man to dwell among his people, nor will he behold the good that I will do for my people, saith Yahuwah, because he has taught rebellion against Yahuwah. Chapter 30. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahuwah, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, Elohim of Yeshariel, saying, Write all the words that I have spoken to you in a supper. For behold, the days will come, saith Yahuwah, that I will bring the captives of my people Yeshariel and Yehudah again, saith Yahuwah, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they will possess it. And these are the words that Yahuwah spoke concerning Yeshariel and Yehudah. For thus saith Yahuwah, We have heard a voice trembling of fear, and not of peace. Now ask and see whether a man travails with child. Why do I see every man with his hands upon his loins, like a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness? Alas, for that day is great, such that nothing is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he will be saved out of it. For it will come to pass during that day, saith Yahuwah of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off his neck, and will burst his bonds. The nations will not be served by them any more, but they will serve Yahuwah their Elohim, and David their king, whom I will raise up for them. Therefore do not fear, O my servant Jacob, saith Yahuwah, nor be dismayed, O Yeshariel. For behold, I will save you from afar, and your seed from the land of their captivity, and Jacob will return, and will be at rest, and be quiet. Also, no one will make him afraid. For I am with you, saith Yahweh, to save you. Although I make an end of all nations where I have scattered you, yet I will not make a full end of you. But I will correct you justly, and not completely unpunished. For thus saith Yahweh, your bruise is incurable, and your wound is grievous. There is no one to plead your cause, so that you may be bound up. You have no healing medicines. All your lovers have forgotten you. They do not seek you, for I have wounded you with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of your iniquity, because your sins increased. Why do you cry because of your affliction? Your sorrow is incurable for the multitude of your iniquity, because your sins increased. I have done these things to you. Therefore, all those who devour you will be devoured, and all your adversaries, every one of them, will go into captivity, and those who plundered you will become a plunder, and all who prey upon you I will give for a prey. For I will restore health to you, and I will heal you of your wounds, saith Yahweh, because they called you an outcast, saying, This is Zion, whom no man seeks after. Thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I will bring the captives of Jacob's tent again, and have mercy on his dwelling places, and the city will be built upon her own heap, and the palace will remain according to its manner. And out of them thanksgiving and the voice of those who make merry will proceed, and I will multiply them, and they will not be few. Also I will glorify them, and they will not be small. And their children will be like the previous time, and their congregation will be established before me, and I will punish all who oppress them. And their nobles will be from themselves, and their governor will proceed from their midst. And I will cause him to draw near, and he will approach me. For who is this that engaged his heart to approach me, saith Yahweh? Then you will be my people, and I will be your Elohim. Behold, the whirlwind of Yahweh goes forth with fury, a continuing whirlwind. It will fall upon the head of the wicked with pain. The fierce anger of Yahweh will not return until he has done it, and until he has performed the intentions of his heart. During the latter days you will understand it. Chapter 31. During that same time, saith Yahweh, I will be the Elohim of all the families of Yisrael, and they will be my people. Thus saith Yahweh, the people who were left of the sword found grace in the wilderness, even Yisrael, when I went to cause him to rest. Yahweh has appeared to me from afar, saying, Yes, I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore I have drawn you with kindness. Again I will build you, and you will be built, O Virgin of Yisrael. Again you will be adorned with your tabrets, and will go forth with the dances of those who are merry. You will still plant vines upon the mountains of Shamarun. The planters will plant and eat them as common things. For there will be a day that the watchmen upon the mount of Ephraim will cry, Arise, let us go up to Zion, unto Yahweh our Elohim. For thus saith Yahweh, Sing with gladness, O Jacob, and shout among the chief of the nations. Publish, praise, and say, O Yahweh, save your people, the remnant of Yisrael. Behold, I will bring them from the northern country, and gather them from the borders of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman with child, together with her who travails with child. A great company will return there, and they will come with weeping and with supplications. I will lead them. I will cause them to walk by the rivers of waters
in a straight way, in which they will not stumble, for I am a father to Yeshariel,
and Ephraim is my firstborn.
Hear the word of Yahweh, O you nations, and declare it in the islands afar off. He who scattered Yeshariel will gather him and keep him, like a shepherd does his flock. For Yahweh has redeemed Jacob, and ransomed him from the hand of one who was stronger than him. Therefore they will come and sing in the height of Zion, and will flow together to the goodness of Yahweh, for wheat, and for wine, and for oil, and for the young of the flock and of the herd. Also their soul will be like a watered garden, and they will not have sorrow any more at all. Then the virgin will rejoice in the dance, both young and old men together, for I will turn their mourning into joy, and will comfort them, and I will satisfy the soul of the priests with fatness, and my people will be satisfied with my goodness, saith Yahweh. Thus saith Yahweh, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation, and bitter weeping. Rachel weeps for her children, refusing to be comforted for her children, because they are not. Thus saith Yahweh, refrain your voice from weeping, and your eyes from tears, for your work will be rewarded, saith Yahweh, and they will come again from the land of the enemy. And there is hope in your end, saith Yahweh, that your children will come to their own border again. Surely I have heard Ephraim bemoaning himself. You have chastised me, and I was chastised. Like a bull that is unaccustomed to a yoke, turn me, and I will return, for you are Yahweh, my Elohim. Surely after I am turned, I will repent, and after I am instructed, I will strike upon my thigh. I will be ashamed and even confounded, because I carry the reproach of my youth. Is Ephraim my dear son? For since I spoke against him, I earnestly remember him still. Therefore my bowels are troubled for him. Surely I will have mercy upon him, saith Yahweh. Set up path marks, make high heaps. Set your heart toward the highway, even the way which you went. Return again, O Virgin of Yeshariel. Turn again to these, your cities. How long will you go about, O backsliding daughter? For Yahweh has created a new thing in the earth. A woman will encompass a man. Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yeshariel. Also they will use this speech in the land of Yehudah and in its cities, when I bring the captives again.
Yahweh bless you, O habitation of justice and mountain of holiness.
Then husbandmen and those who go forth with flocks will dwell in Yehudah itself, and in all its cities together. For I have satisfied the weary soul, and I have replenished every sorrowful soul. Upon this I awoke and beheld, and my sleep was sweet for me. Behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that I will sow the house of Yeshariel and the house of Yehudah with the seed of Adam and with the seed of beast. And it will come to pass that like I have watched over them, to pluck up and to break down and to throw down and to destroy and to afflict, so too I will watch over them to build up and to plant, saith Yahweh. During those days they will no longer say, the fathers have eaten a sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But everyone will die for his own iniquity. Every Adam who eats the sour grape, his teeth will be set on edge. Behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Yeshariel and with the house of Yehudah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers during the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Mitzrayim, my covenant that they broke, even though I was a husband to them, saith Yahweh. But this will be the covenant that I will make with the house of Yeshariel after those days, saith Yahuwah. I will put my teaching in their inward parts, and write it in their hearts. And I will be their Elohim, and they will be my people. And they will no longer teach every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know Yahuwah, for they will all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, saith Yahuwah. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. Thus saith Yahuwah, who gives the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, who divides the sea when its waves roar. Yahuwah of hosts is his name. If these ordinances depart from before me, saith Yahuwah, then the seed of Yisrael will cease from being a nation before me also, forever. Thus saith Yahuwah, if the heavens above are measured, and the foundations of the earth below are explored, I too will cast off all the seed of Yisrael for all that they do, saith Yahuwah, that the city will be built for Yahuwah from the tower of Hananel to the corner gate, and the measuring line will still go forth over against it upon the hill Khureb, and will circle around to Gaath, and the whole valley of dead bodies and of ashes, and all the fields to the brook of Kidron, until the corner of the horse gate toward the east, will be holy unto Yahuwah. It will not be plucked up nor thrown down any more forever.
Chapter 32. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahuwah during the 10th year of Jiremijehu, king of Yehuda, which was the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar. For then the army of the king of Babel besieged Jerusalem. Also Jiremijehu the prophet was shut up in the court of the prison, which was in the house of the king of Yehuda. For Jiremijehu, king of Yehuda, was shut up, saying, Why do you prophesy and say, Thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I have given this city into the hand of the king of Babel, and he will take it. And Jiremijehu, king of Yehuda, will not escape out of the hand of the Chaldeans, but will surely be delivered into the hand of the king of Babel, and will speak with him mouth to mouth, and his eyes will behold his eyes. And he will lead Jiremijehu to Babel, and he will be there until I visit him, saith Yahuwah. Although you fight with the Chaldeans, you will not prosper. Therefore Jiremijehu answered, The word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Moreover, Hanamel, my uncle's son, came to me in the court of the prison, according to the word of Yahuwah, and said to me, Buy my field, I pray you, that is in Anatut, which is in the country of Benjamin, for the right of inheritance is yours, and the redemption is yours. Buy it for yourself. Therefore I knew that this was the word of Yahuwah. And I bought the field of Hanamel, my uncle's son, that was in Anatut, and weighed the money for him, even 17 shekels of silver. And I subscribed the evidence, and sealed it, and took witnesses, and weighed the money in the balances for him. Then I took the deed of the purchase, both that which was sealed according to the law and custom, and that which was open. And I gave the deed of the purchase to BeRuack the son of Neriah, the son of Maashihu, in the sight of Hanamel, my uncle's son, in the presence of the witnesses who subscribed the supper of the purchase, before all the Yehudim who sat in the court of the prison. And I charged BeRuack before them, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Take these deeds, this deed of the purchase, both which is sealed, and this deed which is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, so that they may continue many days. For thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael,
Houses and fields and vineyards will be possessed again in this land. Now, when I had delivered the deed of the purchase to BeRuakh the son of Neriah, I prayed unto Yahweh, saying, Ah, Adonai, Yahweh, behold, you have made the heavens and the earth by your great power and outstretched arm, and there is nothing too hard for you. You show kindness to thousands, and repay the iniquity of the fathers into the bosom of their children after them. The great, the mighty all, Yahweh of hosts is his name. Great in counsel, and mighty in work. For your eyes are open upon all the ways of the sons of Adam, to give everything according to his ways, and according to the fruit of his doings, which have set signs and wonders in the land of Mitzrayim, even until today, and in Yashareel, and among other Adam, and have made yourself a name like today, and have brought forth your people, Yashareel, out from the land of Mitzrayim with signs, and with wonders, and with a strong hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terror, and have given them this land, which you swore to their fathers to give them, a land flowing with milk and honey. And they came in and possessed it, but they did not obey your voice, nor walk in your teaching. They have done nothing of all that you commanded them to do. Therefore, you have caused all this evil to come upon them. Behold the mounts, they have come to the city to take it, and the city is given into the hands of the Chaldeans, who fight against it, because of the sword, and of the famine, and of the pestilence, and what you have spoken has come to pass. And behold, you see it. Furthermore, you have said to me, O Adonai, Yahweh, buy the field for money, and take witnesses, for the city is given into the hand of the Chaldeans. Then the word of Yahweh came to Jiremijehu, saying, Behold, I am Yahweh, the Elohim of all flesh. Is there anything too hard for me? Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, Behold, I will give this city into the hand of the Chaldeans, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and he will take it. And the Chaldeans who fight against this city will come and set fire upon this city, and burn it with the houses upon whose roofs they have offered incense to Baal, and poured out drink offerings to other deities, to provoke me to anger. For the children of Yashareel and the children of Yehudah have only done evil before me from their youth. For the children of Yashareel have only provoked me to anger by the works of their hands, saith Yahweh. For this city has been a provocation of my anger and of my fury for me, since the day that they built it, even until today, such that I will remove it from before my face, because of all the evil of the children of Yashareel and of the children of Yehudah, which they have done to provoke me to anger. Them, their kings, their princes, their priests, and their prophets, and the men of Yehudah, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And they have turned a back and not a face to me, although I have taught them, rising up early and teaching them. Still they have not hearkened to receive my instructions, but they have set their abominations in the house, which is called by my name, to defile it. And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire of Molech, which I did not command, nor did it come into my mind, so that they will do this abomination to cause Yehudah to sin. And now, therefore, thus saith Yahweh, the Elohim of Yashareel, concerning this city, which you say, it will be delivered into the hand of the king of Babel by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. Behold, I will gather them out of all the countries
for I have driven them during my anger and during my fury, and in great wrath. Then I will bring them to this place again, and I will cause them to dwell safely. And they will be my people, and I will be their Elohim, and I will give them one heart and one way, so that they may revere me forever, for their good and their children after them. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, so that I will not turn away from them to do them good, but I will put my fear in their hearts, so that they will not depart from me. Yes, I will rejoice over them to do them good, and I will securely plant them in this land with my whole heart and with my whole soul. For thus saith Yahuwah, like I have brought all this great evil upon this people, so too I will bring all the good that I have promised upon them. And fields will be bought in this land, which you say, it is desolate without Adam or beast. It is given into the hand of the Chaldeans. Men will buy fields for money, and subscribe evidences, and seal them, and take witnesses to the land of Benjamin, and in the places around Jerusalem, and in the cities of Yehuda, and in the cities of the mountains, and in the cities of the valley, and in the cities of the south. For I will cause their captives to return, saith Yahuwah. Chapter 33. Moreover, the word of Yahuwah came to Jiremijehu a second time, while he was still shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, the maker of the earth, Yahuwah who formed it and established it. Yahuwah is his name. Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things which you did not know. Thus saith Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, concerning the houses of this city, and concerning the houses of the kings of Yehuda, who are thrown down by the mounts and by the sword. They come to fight with the Chaldeans, but it is to fill them with the dead bodies of Edom, whom I have slain during my anger and during my fury. Also, for all the wickedness I have hidden my face from this city. Behold, I will bring health and a cure. I will cure and reveal to them the abundance of peace and truth. And I will cause the captives of Yehuda and the captives of Jerusalem to return, and I will build them, like during the beginning. And I will cleanse them from all their iniquity, of which they have sinned against me, and I will pardon all their iniquities, of which they have sinned, and of which they have transgressed against me. And it will be a name of joy for me, a praise and honor before all the nations of the earth, which will hear of all the good that I do for them, and they will revere and tremble for all the goodness and for all the prosperity that I cause for them. Thus saith Yahuwah, again it will be heard in this place, which you say is desolate without Adam and without beast, even in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Jerusalem that are desolate, without Adam and without inhabitant, and without beast, the voice of joy, the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride, the voice of those who say, Praise Yahuwah of hosts, for Yahuwah is good, for his mercy endures forever, from those who bring the sacrifice of praise into the house of Yahuwah. For I will cause the captives from the land to return, like during the beginning, saith Yahuwah. Thus saith Yahuwah, again in this place, which is desolate without Adam and without beast, and in all its cities will be a habitation of shepherds, causing their flocks to lie down. In the cities of the mountains, in the cities of the valley, in the cities of the south, and in the cities of Benjamin, and in the cities of Jerusalem, and in the cities of Yehuda. Again, the flocks will pass under the hand of him who counts them. Behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that I will perform this good thing that I have promised to the house of Yisrael and to the house of Yehuda. In those days and at that time, I will cause the branch of righteousness to grow up for David, and he will execute judgment and righteousness in the land. In those days Yehuda will be saved, and Yerushalayim will dwell safely. And this is the name by which Yahuwah will call her, our righteousness. For thus saith Yahuwah, David will not lack a man from sitting upon the throne of the house of Yisrael, nor will the priests of Lehim lack a man before me to offer ascension offerings and to kindle memorial offerings and to do a continual sacrifice. Then the word of Yahuwah came to Jiremijehu, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, if you break my covenant with the day and my covenant with the night, so that there will not be a day and night during their appointed time, then my covenant will be broken with my servant David, also with my ministers the Lehim, such that he will not have a son to reign upon his throne. Just like the host of the heavens cannot be numbered, nor the sand of the sea can be numbered, so too I will multiply the seed of David my servant, and the Lehim who minister to me. Moreover, the word of Yahuwah came to Jiremijehu, saying, Do not consider what these people have spoken, saying, The two families that Yahuwah has chosen, he has cast off also. Moreover, they despised my people, such that they are not a nation before them. Thus saith Yahuwah, if I did not have a covenant with the day and night, and if the ordinances of the heavens and earth were not appointed, then I would cast away the seed of Jacob and my servant David from being the ruling descendants over the descendants of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Jacob, for I will return their captives and have mercy upon them. Chapter 34. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahuwah, when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and all his army, and all the kingdoms of the earth of his dominion, and all the people fought against Yerushalayim, and against all its cities, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, Go and speak to Jiremijehu, the king of Yehuda, and tell him, Thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I give this city into the hand of the king of Babel, and he will burn it with fire. And you will not escape out of his hand, but will surely be taken, and delivered into his hand. And your eyes will see the eyes of the king of Babel, and he will speak mouth to mouth with you. And you will go to Babel. Yet hear the word of Yahuwah, O Jiremijehu, king of Yehuda. Thus saith Yahuwah to you, You will not die by the sword, and with the burnings of your fathers, the former kings who were before you, so they will burn incense, therefore they will burn scent for you. And they will mourn you, saying, Ah, Lord, for I have pronounced the word, saith Yahuwah. Then Jiremijehu the prophet spoke all these words to Jiremijehu, king of Yehuda in Yerushalayim, when the army of the king of Babel fought against Yerushalayim and against all the cities of Yehuda that were left, against Lachish and against Azekah, for these defenced cities remained of the cities of Yehuda. This is the word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahuwah, after King Jiremijehu had made a covenant with all the people who were at Yerushalayim to proclaim liberty to them, so that every man will let the male and female Iberi servants go free, so that no one of Jewish relation would be in bondage among them. Now when all the princes and all the people who had entered into the covenant heard that everyone would let his manservants and maidservants go free, such that no one will be served by them any more, then they obeyed and let them go. However, afterward they returned and caused the servants and the handmaids whom they had let go return, and brought them into subjection for servants and for handmaids. Therefore the word of Yahweh came to Jiremijehu from Yahweh, saying, Thus saith Yahweh, the Elohim of Yisrael, I made a covenant with your fathers during the day that I brought them out from the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage, saying, At the end of 7 years, you will let every man, his Ibri relative, go, and when he has served you for 6 years, you will let him go free from you. But your fathers did not hearken to me, nor inclined their ear. Now you were turned, and had done right in my sight, by proclaiming liberty, each man to his neighbor. And you have made a covenant before me in the house that is called by my name. But you turned and polluted my name, and every man his maidservant, whom you had set free at their pleasure to return, and brought them into subjection, to be servants and handmaids for you. Therefore, thus saith Yahweh, you have not hearkened to me by proclaiming liberty, everyone to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim freedom for you, saith Yahweh, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine, and I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And I will give the man who has transgressed my covenant, who has not performed the words of the covenant, which they had made before me. Then they will cut the calf in two, when they cut the calf in two, and passed between its parts. And the princes of Jerusalem, the eunuchs, and the priests, and all the people from the land who passed between the parts of the calf, I will give them into the hand of their enemies, also into the hand of those who seek their life, and their dead bodies will be food for the fowls of the heavens, and to the beasts of the earth. And Jiremijehu, king of Yehudah, and his princes, I will give into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those who seek their life, and into the hand of the army of the king of Babel, which had gone up from you. Behold, I will command, saith Yahweh, and cause them to return to this city, and they will fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire. And I will make the cities of Yehudah a desolation without an inhabitant. Chapter 35. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahweh during the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, saying, Go to the house of the Rekabi, and speak to them, and bring them into the house of Yahweh, into one of the chambers, and give them wine to drink. Then I took Yehu, the son of Habatzanyah, and his brethren, and all his sons, and the entire house of the Rekabi, and I brought them into the house of Yahweh, into the chamber of the sons of Hannah, the son of Gedaliahu, a man of Elohim, who was by the chamber of the princes, who was above the chamber of Maashyehu, the son of Shallum, the keeper of the door. Moreover, I set pots full of wine and cups before the sons of the house of the Rekabim. Then I said to them, Drink wine. But they said, We will not drink wine. For Yonadab, the son of Rekab, our father, commanded us, saying, You will not drink wine, not you nor your sons forever. Nor will you build a house, nor sow seed, nor plant a vineyard, nor have anything, but you will dwell in tents all your days, so that you may live many days in the Adamah where you are immigrants.
Therefore we have obeyed the voice of Yonadab, the son of Rechab, our father, in all that he has charged us, to drink no wine all our days, we, our wives, our sons, nor our daughters, nor to build houses for us to dwell in, nor do we have a vineyard, nor field, nor seed, but we have dwelt in tents, and have obeyed and done according to all that Yonadab our father commanded us. However, when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, came up into the land, we said, Come, let us go to Jerusalem for fear of the army of the Chaldeans, and for fear of the army of Aram. Therefore we dwelt at Jerusalem. Then the word of Yahuwah came to Jiremijehu, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Go and tell the men of Yehuda and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, Will you not receive instruction to hearken to my words, saith Yahuwah? The words of Yonadab the son of Rechab, which he commanded his sons not to drink wine, is performed. For until today they do not drink wine, but obey their father's commandment. However, I have spoken to you, rising early and speaking, but you do not listen to me. Also, I have set my servants the prophets to you, rising up early and sending them, saying, Return now, every man from his evil way, amend your doings, and do not go after other deities to serve them, and you will dwell in the Adamah which I have given to you and to your fathers. But you have not inclined your ears, nor hearkened to me, because the sons of Yonadab, the sons of Rechab, have performed the commandment of their father, which he has commanded them. But these people have not listened to me. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Behold, I will bring all the evil that I have pronounced against them upon Yehuda and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, because I have spoken to them, but they have not listened, and I have called to them. Then Jiremijehu said to the house of the Rehabi, Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, because you have obeyed the commandment of Yonadab your father, and have kept all his precepts, and done according to all that he has commanded you. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Yonadab the son of Rechab will not lack a man to stand before me forever. Chapter 36. And it came to pass during the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehuda, that this word came to Jiremijehu from Yahuwah, saying, Take a separate scroll and write all the words that I have spoken to you against Jerusalem and against Yehuda and against all the nations in it, from the day that I spoke to you, from the days of Jeshojehu, even until today. It may be that the house of Yehuda will hear all the evil that I have proposed to do to them, so that each man may return from his evil way, so that I may forgive their iniquity and sin. Then Jiremijehu called BeRuack, the son of Neriah, and BeRuack wrote all the words of Yahuwah, which he had spoken to him, from the mouth of Jiremijehu upon the separate scroll. Then Jiremijehu commanded BeRuack, saying, I am shut up, and cannot go into the house of Yahuwah. Therefore you go and read in the scroll what you have written from my mouth, the words of Yahuwah in the ears of the people in the house of Yahuwah on the day of fasting. Also you will read them in the ears of all Yehuda, who come out of their cities. It may be that they will present their supplication before Yahuwah, and each one return from his evil way. For great is the anger and fury that Yahuwah has pronounced against these people.
Therefore Baruch the son of Neriah did according to all that Jiremijehu the prophet commanded him, reading the words of Yahweh in the supper at the house of Yahweh. And it came to pass during the 5th year of Jehoiakim the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehuda, in the 9th month, that they proclaimed a fast before Yahweh for all the people in Jerusalem, and for all the people who came from the cities of Yehuda to Jerusalem. Then Baruch read the words of Jiremijehu in the supper, in the ears of all the people at the house of Yahweh, in the chamber of Jiremijehu, the son of Shaphan, the scribe, in the high court, at the entrance of the new gate of the house of Yahweh. When Micaiah, the son of Jiremijehu, the son of Shaphan, heard all the words of Yahweh from the supper, then he went down into the king's house, into the scribe's chamber, and lo, all the princes sat there, even Elishama the scribe, and Dalayehu the son of Shemaiah, and Elnathan the son of Akbor, and Jiremijehu the son of Shaphan, and Zidkiyehu the son of Gananiah, and all the princes. Then Micaiah declared all the words that he had heard to them, when Baruch read the supper in the ears of the people. Therefore all the princes sent Yehudi the son of Nethaniah, the son of Cushi, to Baruch, saying, Take the scroll in which you have read in the ears of the people in your hand, and come. Therefore Baruch the son of Neriah took the scroll in his hand, and came to them. Then they said to him, Now sit down and read it in our ears. So Baruch read it in their ears. Now it came to pass, when they heard all the words, they were afraid, both one and another, and said to Baruch, Surely we will tell the king of all these words. Then they asked Baruch, saying, Now tell us how you wrote all these words by his mouth. So Baruch answered them, He pronounced all these words to me with his mouth, and I wrote them in the supper with ink. Then the princes said to Baruch, Go and hide yourself, you and Jiremijehu, and let no man know where you are. And they went to the king into the court, but they laid up the scroll in the chamber of Elishama the scribe, and told all the words in the ears of the king. So the king sent Yehudi to fetch the scroll, and he took it out of the chamber of Elishama the scribe. Then Yehudi read it in the ears of the king, and in the ears of all the princes who stood beside the king. Now during the 9th month the king sat in the winter house, and there was a fire on the hearth burning before him. And it came to pass that when Yehudi read 3 or 4 leaves, he cut it with the penknife, and cast it into the fire that was on the hearth, until the entire scroll that was on the hearth was consumed with fire. Yet they were not afraid, nor tore their garments, nor the king, not the king, nor any of his servants who heard all these words. However, Elnathan and Dalayehu and Jiremijehu had made intercession to the king, so that he would not burn the scroll, but he would not hear them. Then the king commanded Yerachmiel, the son of Hamelech, and Sheaiah, the son of Azriel, and Shelemijehu, the son of Abdel, to take Baruch the scribe and Jiremijehu the prophet. But Yahweh hid them. Then the word of Yahweh came to Jiremijehu after the king had burned the scroll, and the words that Baruch wrote by the mouth of Jiremijehu, saying, Take another scroll and write all the previous words that were in the first scroll that Jehoiakim the king of Yehuda had burned in it again. And you will say to Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, Thus saith Yahweh, You have burned this scroll, saying, Why have you written in it, saying, The king of Babel will certainly come and destroy this land, and will cause the Adam and beast to end there. Therefore, thus saith Yehuah of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, he will have no one to sit upon the throne of David, and his dead body will be cast into the heat during the day, and into the frost during the night. And I will punish him and his seed and his servants for their iniquity, and upon the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, and upon the men of Yehuda. However, they did not listen. Then Jiremijehu took another scroll and gave it to BeRuakh the scribe, the son of Neriah, who wrote from the mouth of Jiremijehu all the words of the supper which Jehoiakim king of Yehuda had burned in the fire in it. Also similar words were added to them. Chapter 37. The king Jiremijehu, the son of Jeshojehu, reigned instead of Gunjehu, the son of Jehoiakim, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, made king in the land of Yehuda. But neither he, nor his servants, nor the people from the land listened to the words of Yehuah, which he spoke by the prophet Jiremijehu. Furthermore, Jiremijehu the king sent Jual, the son of Jiremijehu, and Jiremijehu, the son of Maashijehu, the priest, to the prophet Jiremijehu, saying, Now pray unto Yehuah our Elohim for us. Moreover, Jiremijehu came and went among the people, for they did not put him into prison. Then the army of Paro came out of Mitzrayim, and when the Chaldeans, who besieged Yerushalayim, heard the news of them, they departed from Yerushalayim. Then the word of Yehuah came to the prophet Jiremijehu, saying, Thus saith Yehuah, the Elohim of Yisrael, You will say this to the king of Yehuda, who sent you to me to inquire of me. Behold, the army of Paro, which came out to help you, will return to Mitzrayim into their own land. Then the Chaldeans will come again and fight against this city, and take it, and burn it with fire. Thus saith Yehuah, Do not deceive yourselves, saying, The Chaldeans will surely depart from us, for they will not depart. For even if you smite the whole army of the Chaldeans who fight against you, and only wounded men remained among them, still each man will rise up in his tent and burn this city with fire. And it came to pass that when the army of the Chaldeans was broken up from Yerushalayim, for fear of the army of Paro, then Jiremijehu went out of Yerushalayim to go into the land of Benjamin, to separate himself there in the midst of the people. But when he was at the gate of Benjamin, a captain of the ward was there, whose name was Yeriah, the son of Jiremijehu, the son of Hananiah. And he took Jiremijehu the prophet, saying, You are falling away to the Chaldeans. Then Jiremijehu said, It is false, I am not falling away to the Chaldeans. But he did not listen to him. So Yeriah took Jiremijehu and brought him to the princes. This is why the princes were angry with Jiremijehu, and struck him, and put him into prison in the house of Jehonatan the scribe, for they had made it the prison. For Jiremijehu entered into the dungeon and into the cells. Moreover, Jiremijehu remained there for many days. Then Jiremijehu the king sent and took him out. Also the king asked him secretly in his house, and said, Is there any word from Yehuah? Therefore Jiremijehu answered, There is, for he said that you will be delivered into the hand of the king of Babel. Moreover, Jiremijehu said to King Jiremijehu, How am I an offense to you, or to your servants, or to these people, such that you have put me in prison? Now, where are your prophets who prophesied to you, saying, The king of Babel will not come against you, nor against this land? Therefore listen, I pray you, my lord the king. Let my supplication, I pray you, be accepted before you, so that you do not cause me to return to the house of Jehonathan the scribe, lest I die there. Then Jiremijehu the king commanded that they commit Jiremijehu into the court prison, and that they give him a piece of bread from the baker's street daily, until all the bread in the city is spent. Therefore Jiremijehu remained in the court prison. Chapter 38. Then Shephatyehu the son of Matan, and Gedaliahu the son of Pashkor, and Jual the son of Jiremijehu, and Pashkor the son of Malchiah, heard the words that Jiremijehu had spoken to all the people, saying, Thus saith Yahweh, those who remain in the city will die by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he who goes out to the Chaldeans will live, for they will save his life for a prey, and he will live. Thus saith Yahweh, this city will surely be given into the hand of the army of the king of Babel, which will take it. Therefore the princes said to the king, We beseech you, let this man be put to death, for thus he weakens the hands of the men of war who remain in this city, and the hands of all the people by speaking such words to them. For this man does not seek the welfare of these people, but the harm. Then Jiremijehu the king said, Behold, he is in your hand, for the king is not he who will do anything against you. Then they took Jiremijehu, who was in the court prison, and cast him into the prison of Malchiah, the son of the king. And they let Jiremijehu down with cords, and in the dungeon there was no water, only mud. Also Jiremijehu sunk in the mud. Now when Ebed-melech the Cushi, one of the eunuchs who was in the house of the king, heard that they had put Jiremijehu in the dungeon, when the king was sitting in the gate of Benjamin, Ebed-melech went out of the king's house and spoke to the king, saying, My lord the king, these men have done evil in all that they have done to Jiremijehu the prophet, whom they have cast into the dungeon. And he is likely to die of hunger in the place where he is, for there is no more bread in the city. Therefore the king commanded Ebed-melech the Cushi, saying, Take 30 men with you from here. Then take up Jiremijehu the prophet out of the dungeon before he dies. So Ebed-melech took the men with him, and went into the house of the king under the treasury, and there they took old clothes and old rags. Then they let them down by cords into the dungeon of Jiremijehu. Moreover, Ebed-melech the Cushi said to Jiremijehu, Now put these old cloth and rag cords under your armpits. Therefore Jiremijehu did so. Then they drew up Jiremijehu with the cords, and took him up out of the dungeon. Moreover, Jiremijehu remained in the court prison. Then Jiremijehu the king sent and took Jiremijehu the prophet to him into the third entrance that is in the house of Yahweh. And the king said to Jiremijehu, I will ask you something. Do not hide anything from me. Then Jiremijehu said to Jiremijehu, If I declare it to you, will you not put me to death? And if I give you counsel, will you not listen to me? Therefore Jiremijehu the king secretly swore to Jiremijehu, saying, As Yahweh lives, who has made us this soul, I will not put you to death, nor will I give you into the hand of these men who seek your life. So Jiremijehu said to Jiremijehu, Thus saith Yahweh, the Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Surely if you will go out to the princes of the king of Babel, then your soul will live, and this city will not be burned with fire. Also you and your house will live. But if you will not go to the princes of the king of Babel,
then this city will be given into the hand of the Chaldeans, and they will burn it with fire. Also you will not escape out of their hand. Therefore Tzidkiyahu the king said to Jiremijehu, I am afraid of the Yehudim who have fallen to the Chaldeans, lest they deliver me into their hand, and they mock me. However, Jiremijehu said, They will not deliver you. I beseech you, obey the voice of Yahweh that I have spoken to you, so it will be well for you, and your soul will live. But if you refuse to go forth, this is the word that Yahweh has shown me. And behold, all the women who are left in the house of the king of Yehudah will be brought to the princes of the king of Babel. Your friends have persuaded you and prevailed against you. Your feet have sunk in the mud, and they have turned their back. Furthermore, they will bring out all your wives and your children to the Chaldeans, and you will not escape out of their hand, but will be taken by the hand of the king of Babel, and you will cause this city to be burned with fire. Then Tzidkiyahu said to Jiremijehu, Do not let any man know of these words, and you will not die. But if the princes hear that I have talked to you, and they come to you and say to you, Now declare to us what you have said to the king, do not hide it from us, and we will not put you to death. Also what the king has said to you. Then you will say to them, I presented my supplication before the king, that he would not cause me to return to Jehonathan's house to die there. Moreover, all the princes came to Jiremijehu and asked him. So he told them according to all the words that the king had commanded. Therefore they stopped speaking with him, for the matter was not perceived. Furthermore, Jiremijehu abode in the court prison until the day that Yerushalayim was taken. Also he was there when Yerushalayim was taken.
Chapter 39. During the 9th year of Tzidkiyahu, king of Yehudah, during the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and his entire army came against Yerushalayim, and they besieged it. Then, during the 11th year of Tzidkiyahu, during the 9th month, the 9th of the month, the city was broken up, and all the princes of the king of Babel came in, and sat in the middle gate, even Negal-Zarezer, Sam-Garneba, Sekim, Rab-Saris, Negal-Zarezer, Rab-Mag, with all the remaining princes of the king of Babel. And it came to pass that when Tzidkiyahu, the king of Yehudah, saw them, and all the men of war, then he fled and went out of the city by night, by the way of the king's garden, by the gate between the two walls. Also he went out the way of the plain. But the army of the Chaldeans went after him, and overtook Tzidkiyahu in the plains of Jericho. And when they had overtaken him, they brought him up to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, at Riblah, in the land of Hamat, where he gave judgment upon him. Then the king of Babel slew the sons of Chizkiyahu before his eyes in Riblah. Also the king of Babel slew the nobles of Yehudah. Moreover, he put out the eyes of Tzidkiyahu, and bound him with chains, to carry him to Babel. Furthermore, the Chaldeans burned the house of the king, and the houses of the people with fire, and broke down the walls of Yerushalayim. Then Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away the remnant of the people who remained in the city, and those who fell away, who fell captive to him into Babel, with the rest of the people who remained. But Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, left the poor of the people, who had nothing in the land of Yehudah, and he gave them vineyards and fields during that same time. Now Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, gave charge concerning Jiremijehu to Nebuzaradan. the captain of the guard, saying, "Take him and look well to him, and do him no harm, but do to him like he says to you." Therefore Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, was sent. Also Nebushashban, Rabsaris, and Negal-Sharezer, Ramag, and all the princes of the king of Babel. Even they were sent, and took Jiremijehu out of the court prison, and committed him to Gedal-Jehu, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, so that he will carry him home. Therefore he dwelt among the people. Now the word of Yahweh came to Jiremijehu while he was shut up in the court prison, saying, "Go and speak to Ebed-Melech the Cushi, saying, Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yashareal, Behold, I will bring my words upon this city for evil, and not for good. And during that day it will be accomplished before you. However, I will deliver you during that day, saith Yahweh, and you will not be given into the hand of the men of whom you are afraid. For surely I will deliver you, and you will not fall by the sword, but your life will be for a prey to you, because you have put your trust in me, saith Yahweh." Chapter 40. The word that came to Jiremijehu from Yahweh after Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, let him go from Ramah, when he took him bound in chains among all who were carried away captive from Jerusalem and Yehuda, who were carried away captive to Babel. Then the captain of the guard took Jiremijehu and said to him, "Yahweh, your Elohim, has declared this evil against this place. Now Yahweh has brought it, and done it accordingly, like he said, because you have sinned against Yahweh, and have not obeyed his voice. Therefore this thing has come upon you. Behold, today I loosen the chains that are upon your hand for you. If it seems good to you to come with me into Babel, come, and my eye will watch over you. But if it seems ill for you to come with me into Babel, forbear. Behold, all the land is before you. Where it seems good and convenient for you to go, go there." Now, while he still had not gone back, he said, "Also, go back to Gedal-Jehu, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, whom the king of Babel has made governor over the cities of Yehuda, and dwell with him among the people, or go wherever it seems convenient for you to go." Then the captain of the guard gave him victuals and a reward, and let him go. Therefore Jiremijehu went to Gedal-Jehu, the son of Ahikam, and dwelt with him among the people who were left in the land. Now when all the princes of the forces that were in the fields, even they and their men, heard that the king of Babel had made Gedal-Jehu, the son of Ahikam, governor in the land, and had committed men and women and children, and the poor of the land, and those who were not carried away captive to Babel, to him, then they came to Gedal-Jehu at Mitzpah. Even Ishmael, the son of Nathaniah, and Huhanan, and Yehudnatan, the sons of Gareah, and Sheraiah, the son of Tanhumet, and the sons of Nebai, the Nethupati, and Yezanjehu, the son of Maakati, and Gedal-Jehu, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, swore to them and their men, saying, "Do not be afraid to serve the Chaldeans. Dwell in the land and serve the king of Babel. Then it will be well with you. As for me, behold, I will dwell at Mitzpah to serve the Chaldeans, who have come to us. But you gather yourself wine and summer fruits and oil, and dwell in the cities that you have taken." Likewise, when all the Yehudim who were in Moab and in Adum, and who were in all the countries, heard that the king of Babel had left a remnant of Yehuda and that he had set Gedaliahu the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, over them, even all the Yehudim returned from all the places where they were driven, and came to the land of Yehuda, to Gedaliahu at Mitzpah, and gathered a great amount of wine and summer fruits. Moreover, Yinachan the son of Gareah and all the princes of the forces that were in the fields came to Gedaliahu at Mitzpah, and said to him, Surely you know that Baalis the king of Ammon has sent Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, to slay you. However, Gedaliahu the son of Ahikam did not believe him. Then Yochanan the son of Gareah secretly spoke to Gedaliahu at Mitzpah, saying, Let me go, I pray you, and I will slay Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and no one will know it. Why should he slay you, so that all the Yehudim who have gathered to you will be scattered, and the remnant of Yehuda perish? But Gedaliahu the son of Ahikam said to Yochanan the son of Gareah, You will not do this thing, for you speak falsely of Ishmael. Chapter 41. Now it came to pass during the 7th month that Ishmael the son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama of the royal seed, and the princes of the king, even 10 men with him, came to Gedaliahu, the son of Ahikam, at Mitzpah, and there they ate bread together in Mitzpah. Then Ishmael the son of Nethaniah and the 10 men who were with him arose and struck Gedaliahu, the son of Ahiyam, the son of Shaphan, with the sword, and slew him, whom the king of Babel had made governor over the land. Also Ishmael slew all the Yehudim who were with him, even with Gedaliahu at Mitzpah, and the Chaldeans and the men of war who were found there. And it came to pass the 2nd day, after he slew Gedaliahu, and no one knew it. Then some men from Shechem and from Shamarun, even 80 men, having shaved beards, and having their clothes torn, and having cut themselves, came with offerings and incense in their hand, to bring them to the house of Yahuwah. Furthermore, Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, went from Mitzpah to meet them, weeping all along as he went. And it came to pass, as he met them, he said to them, Come to Gedaliahu the son of Ahikam. And it was so, when he came into the midst of the city, that Ishmael the son of Nethaniah slew them, and cast them into the middle of the pit, him and all the men who were with him. But 10 men were found among those who said to Ishmael, Do not slay us, for we have treasures of wheat, and of barley, and of oil, and of honey in the field. Now the pit in which Ishmael had cast all the dead bodies of the men whom he had slain because of Gedaliahu was that which Asa the king had made for fear of Baasha, king of Yisrael. But Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, filled it with those who were slain. Then Ishmael carried away all the remnant of the people who were in Mitzpah, even the daughters of the king, and all the people who remained in Mitzpah captives, whom Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had committed to Gedaliahu, the son of Ahikam. Then Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, carried them away captive. But when Yochanan, the son of Gareah, and all the princes of the forces that were with him heard of all the evil that Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, had done, then he took all the men and went to fight Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and found him by the great waters that are by Gibeon. Now it came to pass that when all the people who were with Ishmael, the son of Gareah, and all the princes of the forces that were with him, then they were glad. So all the people who Ishmael had carried away captive from Mitzpah turned around and returned. and went to Yochanan the son of Kareah. However, Ishmael the son of Netaniah escaped from Yochanan with 8 men and went to Ammon. Then Yochanan the son of Kareah and all the princes of the forces who were with him took all the remaining people whom he had recovered from Ishmael the son of Netaniah from Mitzpah after he slew Gedaliah the son of Ahikam, even the mighty men of war, and the women, and the children, and the eunuchs, whom he had brought again from Gibeon. And they departed and dwelled in the habitations of Gimham, which is by Beit Lechem, to go enter into Mitzrayim because of the Chaldeans. For they were afraid of them, because Ishmael the son of Netaniah had slain Gedaliah the son of Ahikam, whom the king of Babel made governor in the land. Chapter 42. Then all the princes of the forces, and Yochanan the son of Kareah, and Hazanyehu the son of Husheo, and all the people from the least even to the greatest came near, and said to Jiremijehu the prophet, We beseech you, let our supplication be accepted before you, and pray for us unto Yahuwah your Elohim, even for all this remnant. For we only have few of many remaining, as your eyes see us, so that Yahuwah your Elohim might show us the way in which we should walk, and the thing that we should do. Then Jiremijehu the prophet said to them, I have heard you. Behold, I will pray unto Yahuwah your Elohim according to your word, and it will come to pass that whatever thing Yahuwah will answer you, I will declare it to you. I will keep nothing back from you. Then they said to Jiremijehu, Yahuwah is a true and faithful witness between us, if we do not do everything that Yahuwah your Elohim sends to us. Whether it is good or evil, we will obey the voice of Yahuwah your Elohim, of whom we send you, so that it may be well with us, when we obey the voice of Yahuwah our Elohim. And it came to pass after 10 days that the word of Yahuwah came to Jiremijehu. Then he called Yochanan the son of Kareah, and all the princes of the forces that were with him, and all the people from the least even to the greatest, and said to them, Thus saith Yahuwah, the Elohim of Yisrael, to whom you sent me to present your supplication before him. If you will still abide in this land, then I will build you, and not pull you down, and I will plant you, and not pluck you up. For I repent myself of the evil that I have done to you. But do not be afraid of the king of Babel, of whom you are afraid. Do not be afraid of him, saith Yahuwah, for I am with you to save you, and to deliver you from his hand. And I will show mercy to you, so that he may have mercy upon you, and cause you to return to your own Adamah. But if you say, We will not dwell in this land, nor obey the voice of Yahuwah your Elohim, saying, No, but we will go into the land of Mitzrayim. There we will see no war, nor hear the sound of the trumpet, nor have hunger of bread, and there we will dwell. Now therefore, hear the word of Yahuwah, you remnant of Yehudah. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, if you will completely set your faces to enter into Mitzrayim and go to sojourn there, then it will come to pass that the sword that you feared will overtake you there in the land of Mitzrayim. Also, the famine that you were afraid of will follow close after you there in Mitzrayim, and you will die there. So it will be with all men who set their faces to go into Mitzrayim to sojourn there. They will die by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, and none of them will remain or escape from the evil that I will bring upon them. For thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, As my anger and my fury has been poured forth upon the inhabitants of Yerushalayim, so too my fury will be poured out upon you, if you enter into Mitzrayim, and you will be an oath, and an astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach. Also you will not see this place any more. Yehovah has said concerning you, O you remnant of Yehudah, do not go into Mitzrayim. Surely know that I will admonish you today. For you dissembled in your hearts when you sent me unto Yehovah your Elohim, saying, Pray for us unto Yehovah our Elohim, and according to all that Yehovah our Elohim will say, so declare it to us, and we will do it. And now I have declared it to you today, but you have not obeyed the voice of Yehovah your Elohim, nor anything of which he has sent me to you. Now therefore know with certainty that you will die by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, in the place where you desire to go and to sojourn. Chapter 43. And it came to pass when Jiremijehu finished speaking to all the people all the words of Yehovah their Elohim, of which Yehovah their Elohim had sent him for them, even all these words, then Azaryehu the son of Husheo, and Yochanan the son of Kareah, and all the proud men spoke to Jiremijehu, saying, You speak falsely. Yehovah our Elohim has not sent you to say, Do not go into Mitzrayim to sojourn there. However, BeRuack the son of Neriah set you against us to deliver us into the hand of the Chaldeans, so that they might put us to death, and carry us away captive into Babel. But Yochanan the son of Kareah and all the princes of the forces took all the remnant of Yehudah who had returned from all nations where they were driven to dwell in the land of Yehudah, even men and women and children, and the daughters of the king, and every person who Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, had left with Gedaliah, the son of Shaphan, and Jiremijehu the prophet, and BeRuack the son of Nerijehu. So they went into the land of Mitzrayim, for they did not obey the voice of Yehovah, and they went as far as Tachpanhes. Then the word came to Jiremijehu in Tachpanhes, saying, Take great stones in your hand, and hide them in the clay, in the brick kiln that is at the entrance of the house of Paro, in Tachpanhes, and say to them, Thus saith Yehovah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, my servant, and set his throne upon these stones, which I have hidden, and he will spread his royal pavilion over them. And when he comes, he will strike the land of Mitzrayim, and he will deliver those who are for death to death, and those who are for captivity to captivity, and those who are for the sword to sword. And I will kindle a fire in the house of the deities of Mitzrayim, and he will burn them and carry them away captives, and he will engulf himself with the land of Mitzrayim, like a shepherd puts on his garments, and he will go from there in peace. Also he will break the monuments of Beit Shemesh that is in the land of Mitzrayim, and he will burn the houses of the deities of Mitzrayim with fire. Chapter 44. The word that came to Jiremijehu concerning all the Yehudim who dwell in the land of Mitzrayim, who dwell at Migdol, and at Tachpanhes, and at Nop, and in the country of Pathros, saying, Thus saith Yehovah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, You have seen all the evil that I have brought upon Yerushalayim, and upon all the cities of Yehudah. And behold, today they are a desolation, and no man dwells in it, because of their wickedness which they have committed to provoke me to anger. in that they went to burn incense and to serve other deities, whom they did not know, not them, you, nor your fathers. However, I sent all my servants the prophets to you, rising early and sending them. Do not do this abominable thing that I hate. But they did not hearken nor incline their ear to turn from their wickedness, not to burn incense to other deities. This is why my fury and my anger was poured out and kindled in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Yerushalayim. Therefore they are wasted and desolate, like this day. Furthermore, thus saith Yahuwah, the Elohim of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael. Why do you commit this great evil against your souls, to cut off man and woman, child and suckling from you, out of Yehuda, to leave none of you to remain? In that you provoke me to wrath with the works of your hands, burning incense to other deities in the land of Mitzrayim, where you went to dwell, so that you might cut yourself off, and so that you might be a curse and a reproach among all the nations of the earth. Have you forgotten the wickedness of your fathers, and the wickedness of the kings of Yehuda, and the wickedness of their wives, and your own wickedness? Also the wickedness that your wives committed in the land of Yehuda, and in the streets of Yerushalayim. They are not humbled even until today, nor have they feared, nor walked in my teaching, nor in my customs that I have set before you and before your fathers. Therefore, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, Behold, I will set my face against you for evil, and to cut off all Yehuda. And I will take the remnant of Yehuda, who have set their faces to go into the land of Mitzrayim to sojourn there, and they will all be consumed, and fall in the land of Mitzrayim. They will even be consumed by the sword and by the famine. They will die, from the least even to the greatest, by the sword and by the famine, and they will be an execration, and an astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach. For I will punish those who dwell in the land of Mitzrayim, like I have punished Yerushalayim by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, so that none of the remnant of Yehuda who have gone into the land of Mitzrayim to sojourn there will escape or remain, so that they will return into the land of Yehuda, to that which they have a desire to return to dwell there. For no one will return but those who escape. Then all the men who knew that their wives had burned incense to other deities, and all the women who stood by a great multitude, even all the people who dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in Parthos, answered Jiremijehu, saying, As for the word that you have spoken to us in the name of Yahuwah, we will not hearken to you, but we will certainly do whatever goes out of our own mouth, to burn incense to the Queen of the heavens, and to pour out drink offerings to her, like we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes, in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Yerushalayim. For then we had plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil. But since we stopped burning incense to the Queen of the heavens, and to pour out drink offerings to her, we have needed all things, and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. Furthermore, when we burned incense to the Queen of the heavens, and poured out drink offerings to her, we made her cakes to worship her, and poured out drink offerings to her without our men. Then Jiremijehu said to all the people, to the men and to the women, and to all who had given him that answer, The incense that you burned in the cities of Yehuda and in the streets of Yerushalayim, you and your fathers, your kings and your princes, and the people from the land, does Yahuwah not remember them, and it not come into his mind? such that Yahuwah could not bear it any longer because of your evil doings and because of the abominations that you have committed? Therefore, your land is a desolation and an astonishment and a curse without an inhabitant, like this day, because you have burned incense and because you have sinned against Yahuwah and have not obeyed the voice of Yahuwah, nor walked in his teaching, nor in his customs, nor in his testimonies. Therefore, this evil has happened to you like this day. Moreover, Jiremijehu said to all the people and to all the women, "Hear the word of Yahuwah, all Yehudah who are in the land of Mitzrayim. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, saying, You and your wives have both spoken with your mouths, and fulfilled your hand, saying, We will surely perform our vows that we have vowed, to burn incense to the Queen of the heavens, and to pour out drink offerings to her. You will surely accomplish your vows, and surely perform your vows. Therefore, hear the word of Yahuwah, all Yehudah who dwell in the land of Mitzrayim. Behold, I have sworn by my great name, saith Yahuwah, that my name will no longer be named in the mouth of any man of Yehudah in all the land of Mitzrayim, saying, Yahuwah Elohim lives. Behold, I will watch over them for evil, and not for good. And all the men of Yehudah who are in the land of Mitzrayim will be consumed by the sword and by the famine until they have finished them. Yet a small number who escape the sword will return out from the land of Mitzrayim into the land of Yehudah, and all the remnant of Yehudah who have gone into the land of Mitzrayim to sojourn there will know whose words will stand, mine or theirs. And this will be a sign for you, saith Yahuwah, that I will punish you in this place, so that you may know that my words will surely stand against you for evil. Thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I will give Paro Chaperah, king of Mitzrayim, into the hand of his enemies, and into the hand of those who seek his life, like I gave Jiremijehu, king of Yehudah, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, his enemy, and who sought his life. Chapter 45. The word that Jiremijehu the prophet spoke to BeRuakh the son of Neriah, when he had written these words in a supper at the mouth of Jiremijehu, during the 4th year of Jehoiakim the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, saying, Thus saith Yahuwah the Elohim of Yisrael to you, O BeRuakh. You said, Woe is me now, for Yahuwah has added grief to my sorrow. I fainted in my sighing, and I find no rest. You will say this to him, Thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, that which I have built I will break down, and that which I have planted I will pluck up, even this whole land. And you sought great things for yourself. Do not seek them, for behold, I will bring evil upon all flesh, saith Yahuwah. Also, I will give your life for a prey to you, all the places where you go. Chapter 46. The word of Yahuwah which came to Jiremijehu the prophet against the nations, against Mitzrayim, against the army of Paro-Neku, king of Mitzrayim, which was by the river Barat in Carchemish, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, struck during the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah. Order the buckler and shield, also draw near to battle. Harness the horses, and get up horsemen, and stand with your helmets. Polish the spears, and put on the armor. Why have I seen them dismayed and turned away backwards, and their mighty ones are beaten down and flee quickly, and do not look back, for fear is round about, saith Yahuwah. Do not let the swift flee away, nor the mighty men escape. They will stumble and fall toward the north by the river Barat. Who is this that comes like a flood, whose waters move like the rivers? Mitzrayim rises up like a flood, and his waters are moved like the rivers. And he says, I will go up and cover all the earth. I will destroy the city and its inhabitants. Come up, you horses, and rage, you chariots, and let the mighty men come forth, from Cush and from Puth, who handle the shield, also the Ludim, who handle and bend the bow. For this is the day of Yahweh Elohim of hosts, a day of vengeance, so that he may avenge himself of his adversaries. And the sword will devour, and it will be satisfied and made drunk with their blood. For Yahweh Elohim of hosts has a sacrifice in the north country by the river Barat. Go up into Gilead and take balm, O virgin, the daughter of Mitzrayim. You will use many medicines in vain, for you will not be cured. The nations have heard of your shame. Also your cry has filled the land. For the mighty men have stumbled against the mighty, and they have both fallen together. The word that Yahweh spoke to Jiremijehu the prophet, how Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, came and struck the land of Mitzrayim. Declare in Mitzrayim, and publish in Migdal, and publish in Nop, and in Tachpanhes. Say, stand fast and prepare, for the sword will devour round about you. Why are your valiant men swept away? They did not stand because Yahweh drove them. He made many to fall. Also, one fell upon another, and they said, Arise, let us go again to our own people, and to the land of our nativity, from the oppressing sword. There they cried, Paro, king of Mitzrayim, is only a noise. He has passed the appointed time. As I live, saith the king, whose name is Yahweh of hosts, surely as Tabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel is by the sea, so too he will come. O you daughter, dwelling in Mitzrayim, prepare yourself to go into captivity, for Nop will be a waste and desolation, without an inhabitant. Mitzrayim is like a very fair heifer, but destruction comes. It comes out of the north. Moreover, her hired men are in the midst of her like fattened bulls, for they too have turned back, and they have fled away together. They did not stand, because the day of their calamity had come upon them, and the day of their visitation. Its voice will go like a serpent, for they will march with an army, and come against her with axes, like woodcutters. They will cut down her forests, saith Yahweh. Furthermore, it cannot be searched, because they are more than the grasshoppers, and are innumerable. The daughter of Mitzrayim will be confounded. She will be delivered into the hand of the people of the north. Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yeshareal, says, Behold, I will punish the multitude of Na, and Paro, and Mitzrayim, with their deities and their kings, even Paro and everyone who trusts in him. And I will deliver them into the hand of those who seek their lives, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, and into the hand of his servants. Then it will be inhabited afterward, like during the days of old, saith Yahweh. But do not fear, O my servant Jacob, and do not be dismayed, O Yeshareal, for behold, I will save you from afar off, and your seed from the land of your captivity. And Jacob will return, and be in rest and at ease, and no one will make him afraid. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, saith Yahweh, for I am with you. For I will make a complete end of all the nations where I have driven you. But I will not make a complete end of you, but correct you in measure. However, I will not leave you completely unpunished. Chapter 47. The word of Yahweh, which came to Jiremijehu the prophet against the Palestine, before Baol struck Gaza. Thus saith Yahweh, Behold, waters rise up out of the north, and will become an overflowing flood, and will overflow the land, and all who are in it, the city, and those who dwell in it. Then the Edom will cry, also all the inhabitants from the land will howl, because of the noise from the stomping of hooves of his horses, because of the rushing from his chariots, and because of the rumbling from its wheels. The fathers will not look back for their children because of the feebleness of hands, because of the approaching day of the plunder of all Palestine, and to cut off every helper from Zur and Zidon, whom remains. For Yahweh will plunder the Palestine, the remnant of the country of Kaptor. Baldness will come upon Gaza. Ashkelon is cut off with the remnant of their valley. How long will you gather yourselves together? O sword of Yahweh, how long will you not be quiet? Put yourself into your scabbard, rest, and be still. How can it be quiet, seeing Yahweh has given it a charge against Ashkelon and against the seashore? There he has appointed it. Chapter 48. Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Yisrael, says this against Moab: Woe to Nebu, for it is plundered. Kiriatim is confounded and taken. Misgab is confounded and dismayed. There is no more praise of Moab. In Heshbon they have devised evil against it. Come, let us cut it off from being a nation. Also you will be cut down, O madmen. The sword will pursue you. A voice of crying will be heard from Khureb. Spoiling and great destruction. Moab is destroyed. Her little ones have caused a cry to be heard. For in the going up of Luchit, continual weeping will go up. For in the going down of Khureb, the enemies have heard a cry of destruction. Flee, save your lives, and be like the bush in the wilderness. Because you have trusted in your works and in your treasures, you will also be taken. Moreover, Chemosh will go into captivity, together with their priests and his princes. Furthermore, the spoilers will come upon every city, and no city will escape. Also, the valley will perish, and the palm will be destroyed, like Yahweh said. Give wings to Moab, so that it may flee and get away, for its cities will be desolate, without anyone to dwell in it. Cursed is he who does the work of Yahweh deceitfully, and cursed is he who keeps back his sword from the blood. Moab has been at ease from his youth, and he has settled on his lees, and has not emptied from vessel to vessel, nor has he gone into captivity. Therefore its taste remained in him, and its scent has not changed. Moreover, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that I will send wanderers to him, who will cause him to wander, and empty its vessels, and break its jars. And Moab will be ashamed of Chemosh, like Yisrael was ashamed for trusting Beit-al. How can you say, We are mighty and strong men for the war? Moab is plundered, and has gone up from her cities, and its chosen men have gone down to the slaughter, saith the King, whose name is Yahweh of hosts. The calamity of Moab is near to come, and its affliction hastens fast. All you who are around him, bemoan him, and all you who know his name, say, How is the strong staff and the beautiful rod broken? You daughter who inhabits Dibon, come down from your glory, and sit in thirst. For the spoiler of Moab will come upon you, and he will destroy your strongholds. O inhabitant of Aruar, stand by the way and spy. Ask him who flees, and her who escapes, and say, what can be done? Moab is confounded, for it is broken down. Howl and cry. Tell it to Arnon that Moab is plundered. Also, judgment has come upon the plain country, upon Hulun, and upon Yatzahah, and upon Mepaat, and upon Dibun, and upon Nebu, and upon Beit Dibelatim, and upon Kiriatim, and upon Beit Gamul, and upon Beit Maun, and upon Kiriut, and upon Batzrach, and upon all the cities from the land of Moab, near and far. The horn of Moab is cut off, and his arm is broken, saith Yahweh. Make him drunk, for he has magnified himself against Yahweh. Also Moab will wallow in his vomit. Also he will be a laughingstock. For was Yeshariel not a laughingstock to you? Was he not found among thieves? For since you spoke of him, you skipped for joy. O you who dwell in Moab, leave the cities and dwell in the rock, and be like the dove that makes its nest in the mouth of the hole of its sides. We have heard the pride of Moab. He is very proud. His loftiness and his arrogance and his pride and the haughtiness of his heart. I know his wrath, saith Yahweh, but it will not be so. His lies will not affect it. Therefore I will howl for Moab, and I will cry out for all Moab. My heart will mourn for the men of Kir Heresh, a fragrant vine. I will weep for you with the weeping of Yazer. Your plants will go over the sea. They reach even to the sea of Yazer. The spoiler has fallen upon your summer fruits and upon your vintage. Also, joy and gladness has been taken from the plentiful field and from the land of Moab, and I have caused wine to fail from the winepresses. No one will tread with joyful shouting. From the cry of Heshbron even to Alala, and even to Yatzah, they have uttered their voice from Za'er even to Hurun Naim, like a 3-year-old heifer. Also for the waters of Nimrin will be desolate. Moreover, I will cause him who offers in the high places and him who burns incense to his deities to cease in Moab. Also, my heart will sound like pipes for the men of Gircherez, because the riches that he has gotten has perished. For every head will be bald, and every beard clipped. Cuts will be upon all the hands, and sackcloth upon the loins. There will be lamentation, generally, upon all the housetops of Moab, and in its streets. For I have broken Moab like a vessel in which is no pleasure, saith Yahweh. They will howl, saying, how has it broken down? How has Moab turned the back with shame? Therefore, Moab will be a laughingstock and a ruin to all those around him. Thus saith Yahweh, behold, like an eagle, he will fly and will spread his wings over Moab. Kiriut will be taken, and the strongholds will be surprised. Also, during that day, the mighty men's heart in Moab will be like the heart of a woman in her pains. And Moab will be destroyed from being a people, because he has magnified himself against Yahweh. Fear and a pit and a trap will be upon you, O inhabitant of Moab, saith Yahweh. He who flees from the fear will fall into the pit, and he who gets up out of the pit will be taken in the trap. For I will bring upon it, even upon Moab, the year of their visitation, saith Yahweh. They fled, standing under the shadow of Heshbron, because of the force. However, a fire will come out of Heshbon, and a flame from the midst of Zichun, and they will devour the corner of Moab, and the crown of the head of the roaring ones. Woe to you, O Moab! The people of Chemosh are perishing, for your sons have been taken captives, and your daughters captives. Still yet, during the latter days, I will bring the captives of Moab again, saith Yahuwah, for this is the judgment of Moab. Chapter 49. Concerning the Amun. Thus saith Yahuwah, Yisrael has no sons. He has no heir. Why then does the king inherit God, and his people dwell in his cities? Therefore, behold, the days come, saith Yahuwah, that I will cause an alarm of war to be heard in Rabbah of the Amun, and it will be a desolate heap, and her daughters will be burned with fire. Then Yisrael will be heir to those who were his heirs, saith Yahuwah. Howl, O Heshbon, for her eye is plundered. Cry, O daughters of Rabbah. Gird yourself with sackcloth, lament, and run to and fro by the hedges, for their king will go into captivity, and his priests and his princes together. Why do you boast in the valleys, your overflowing valley, O backsliding daughter, who trusts in her treasures, saying, Who will come to me? Behold, I will bring a fear upon you, saith Yahuwah Elohim of hosts, from all those who are around you, and each man will be driven out before him. However, no one who wanders will be gathered. And afterward I will bring the captives of the children of Ammon again, saith Yahuwah. Concerning Adum, thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, Is wisdom no longer in Teman? Has counsel perished from the prudent? Has their wisdom vanished? Flee, turn back, dwell deep, O inhabitants of Dedan, for I will bring the calamity of Ashawu upon him during the time that I will visit him. If grape gatherers come to you, would they not leave some gleaning grapes? If thieves come by night, they will destroy until they have enough. But I have made Ashawu bare. I have uncovered his secret places, and he will not be able to hide himself. His seed is plundered, also his brethren and his neighbors. Leave your fatherless children. I will preserve them alive. Also, let your widows trust in me. For thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, those whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have surely drunk of it. Yet, will you be the one who goes completely unpunished? You will not go unpunished, but you will surely drink of it. For I have sworn by myself, saith Yahuwah, that BeRuack will become a desolation, a reproach, a waste, and a curse, and all of its cities will be a continual waste. I have heard a rumor from Yahuwah. Also an ambassador was sent to the nations, saying, Gather yourself together, and come against her, and rise up for battle. For lo, I will make you small among the nations, and despised among Adam. Your terribleness and the pride of your heart has deceived you, O you who dwell in the clefts of the rocks, who holds the height of the hill. Although you make your nest as high as the eagle, I will bring you down from there, saith Yahuwah. Also, Adum will be a desolation. Everyone who goes by it will be astonished, and will hiss at all its plagues. Like in the overthrow of Sedum and Amorah and its neighboring cities, saith Yahuwah, no man will abide there, nor will a son of Adam dwell in it. Behold, I will come up like a lion from the flood of Yarden against the strong inhabitant, but I will make him run away from her suddenly. Therefore, who will be chosen, so that I may appoint over her? For who is like me?
and who will testify for me? And who is this shepherd who will stand before me? Therefore, hear the counsel of Yahweh, which he has taken against Adum, and his intentions, which he intends against the inhabitants of Diman. Surely the least of the flock will be cast down. Surely he will make their habitations desolate with them. The earth will be moved by the noise of their fall. The noise of their cry will be in the Red Sea. Behold, he will come up and fly like an eagle, and spread his wings over BeRuack. Also during that day, the heart of the mighty men of Adum will be like the heart of a woman during her pangs. Concerning Jiremijehu, Hamath and Arpad are confounded, for they have heard evil tidings. They are faint-hearted. There is sorrow on the sea. It cannot be quiet. Jiremijehu has become feeble and turns herself to flee. Also fear has seized upon her. Anguish and sorrow have taken her like a woman in travail. How is the city of praise, the city of joy, not deserted? Therefore her young men will fall in her streets, and all the men of war will be cut off during that day, saith Yahweh of hosts. Also I will kindle a fire in the wall of Jiremijehu, and it will consume the palaces of Ben-Hadad. Concerning Gedar, and concerning the kingdoms of Hatzer, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, will strike, thus saith Yahweh, Arise and go up to Gedar, and plunder the men of the east. They will take away their tents and their flocks. They will take their curtains, and all their vessels, and their camels for themselves. And they will cry to them, Fear is on every side. Flee, get yourself away, dwell in the depths, O you inhabitants of Gatsur, saith Yahweh, for Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, has taken counsel against you, and has conceived intentions against you. Arise, get yourself up to a wealthy nation that dwells without care, saith Yahweh, which does not have gates nor bars, which dwells alone. And their camels will be a booty, and the multitude of their livestock a plunder, and I will scatter them into all winds, those that are in the uttermost corners, and I will bring their calamity from all of its sides, saith Yahweh. And Hatzer will be a dwelling for dragons, and a desolation forever. No man will abide there, nor will any man of Adum dwell in it. The word of Yahweh that came to Jiremijehu the prophet against Elam during the beginning of the reign of Jeshojehu, king of Yehudah, saying, Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, Behold, I will break the bow of Elam, the chief of their might. And upon Elam I will bring 4 winds from the 4 quarters of the heavens, and I will scatter them toward all those winds. And there will not be a nation where the outcasts of Elam will not go. For I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemies, and before those who seek their life. And I will bring evil upon them, even my fierce anger, saith Yahweh. And I will send the sword after them, until I have consumed them. And I will set my throne in Elam, and I will destroy the king and the princes, saith Yahweh. But it will come to pass in the latter days that I will bring the captives of Elam again, saith Yahweh. Chapter 50. The word that Yahweh spoke about Babel and against the land of the Chaldeans by Jiremijehu the prophet. Declare among the nations, and publish, and set up a standard. Publish and do not conceal. Say, Babel is caught, Bel has withered, Marduk is shaken. Her images are withered, her idols are broken into pieces. For out of the north a nation comes up against her that will make her land desolate, and no one will dwell in it. They will leave, they will depart, both Adam and beast.
In those days and at that time, saith Yahuwah, the children of Yishariel will come, both them and the children of Yehuda together, going and weeping. They will go and seek Yahuwah their Elohim. They will ask the way of Zion with their faces towards it, saying, Come, and let us join ourselves unto Yahuwah in a perpetual covenant that will not be forgotten. My people have been lost sheep. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray. They have turned them away from the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place. All who found them have devoured them, and their adversaries said, We do no offense. They have sinned against Yahuwah, the habitation of justice, even Yahuwah, the hope of their fathers. Remove yourselves out of the midst of Babel, and go from the land of the Chaldeans, and be like he-goats before the flocks. For lo, I will raise an assembly of great nations from the north country, and cause them to come up against Babel, and they will set themselves in array against her, for there she will be taken. Their arrows will be like those of a mighty expert. None will return empty. And Chaldea will be plundered. All who plunder her will be satisfied, saith Yahuwah. Because you rejoiced, O you destroyers of my heritage, because you have grown fat like the heifer at grass, and you bellow like bulls. Your mother will be very confounded. She who bore you will be ashamed. Behold, the least of the nations will be like a wilderness, a dry land, and a desert. Because of the wrath of Yahuwah, it will not be inhabited, but it will be completely desolate. Everyone who goes by Babel will be astonished and hiss at her plagues. Put yourself in formation against Babel round about. Everyone who bends the bow, shoot at her. Do not spare any arrows, for she has sinned against Yahuwah. Shout against her round about. She has given her hand. Her foundations have fallen. Her walls are thrown down, for it is the vengeance of Yahuwah. Take vengeance upon her. Do to her like she has done. Cut off the sower from Babel, and him who handles the sickle during harvest time. For fear of the oppressing sword, everyone will return to his people, and everyone will flee to his own land. Yishariel is a scattered sheep. The lions have driven him away. First, the king of Ashur has devoured him, and last, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, has broken his bones. Therefore, saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yishariel, Behold, I will punish the king of Babel and his land, like I have punished the king of Ashur, and I will return Yishariel to his habitation again, and he will feed at Carmel and Bashan, and his soul will be satisfied upon Mount Ephraim and Gilead. In those days and at that time, saith Yahuwah, the iniquity of Yishariel will be sought for, but there will be none. Also the sins of Yehuda, but they will not be discovered. For I will pardon those who I reserve. Go up against the land of Meriathaim, even against it, and against its inhabitants of Begad. Waste and completely destroy them, saith Yahuwah, and do according to all that I have commanded you. The sound of battle and of great destruction is in the land. How is the hammer of the earth cut asunder and broken? How has Babel become a desolation among the nations? I have laid a trap for you. Also, you are caught, O Babel. Yet you were not aware. You are found and also caught. Because you have converted against Yahuwah, Yahuwah has opened his armory and has brought forth the weapons of his indignation. For this is the work of Yahuwah Elohim of hosts in the land of the Chaldeans. Come against her from the uttermost border, Open her storehouses, cast her up like heaps, and completely destroy her. Let nothing be left of her. Slay all her bulls. Let them go down to the slaughter. Woe to them, for their day has come, the time of their visitation, and escape out from the land of Babel to declare in Zion the vengeance of Yahuwah our Elohim, the vengeance of his temple. Call the archers together against Babel. Everyone who bends the bow, camp against it round about. Let no one escape from it. Repay her according to her work, according to all that she has done, do to her, for she has been proud against Yahuwah, against the Holy One of Yisrael. Therefore her young men will fall in the streets, and all her men of war will be cut off during that day, saith Yahuwah. Behold, I am against you, O you most proud, saith Yahuwah, Elohim of hosts. For your day has come, the time that I will visit you. Therefore the most proud will stumble and fall, and no one will rise him up. And I will kindle a fire in his cities, and I will devour everything around him. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the children of Yisrael and the children of Yehudah were oppressed together, and all who took them held them firmly. They refused to let them go. Their Redeemer is strong. Yahuwah of hosts is his name. He will thoroughly plead their cause, so that he may give rest to the land and disquiet the inhabitants of Babel. A sword is upon the Chaldeans, saith Yahuwah, and upon the inhabitants of Babel, and upon her princes, and upon her wise men. A sword is upon the impostors, and they will become foolish. A sword is upon her mighty men, and they will be dismayed. A sword is upon their horses, and upon their chariots, and upon all the mingled people who are in the midst of her, and they will become like a woman. A sword is upon her treasures, and they will be robbed. A drought is upon her waters, and they will be dried up, for it is the land of graven images, and in terror they praise him. Therefore the wild beasts of the desert, with the wild beasts of the islands, will dwell there, and the owls will dwell in it, and it will not be inhabited any more forever, nor will it be dwelt in from generation to generation. Like Elohim overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah and its neighbor cities, saith Yahuwah, so too no man will abide there, nor will any son of Adam dwell in it. Behold, a people and a great nation will come from the north. Also many kings will be raised up from the borders of the earth. They will hold the bow and the lance. They are cruel, and will not show mercy. Their voice will roar like the sea, and they will ride upon horses. Everyone will be put in formation against you, O daughter of Babel, like a man to the battle. The king of Babel will hear the report, and his hands will become feeble. Anguish will take hold of him, also pains like of a woman in travail. Behold, he will come up like a lion from the flooding of Yarden to the strong inhabitant. But I will make them run away from her suddenly. And who is a chosen man, so that I may appoint over her? For who is like me, and who will appoint me the time? And who is that shepherd who will stand before me? Therefore hear the counsel of Yahuwah, that he has taken against Babel, and his intentions that he has proposed against the land of the Chaldeans. Surely the least of the flock will draw them out. Surely he will make their habitation desolate with them. By the noise of the taking of Babel, the earth is moved. Also the cry is heard among the nations. Chapter 51. Thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I will raise up a destroying wind against Babel, and against those who dwell in the midst of those who rise up against me. I will send male and female foreigners, and they will bottle her land, for they will be all around her during the day of trouble. Against him who bends, let the archer bend his bow, also against him who lifts himself up in armor. Therefore do not spare her young men, completely destroy her entire army. Furthermore, the slain will fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and those who are thrust through in her streets. For Yashar'el has not been forsaken, nor Yehuda of his Elohim, Yehuah of hosts, even though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Yashar'el. Flee out of the midst of Babel, and deliver every man his soul that is not cut off by her iniquity. For this is the time of Yehuah's vengeance. He will render a payback to her. Babel has been a golden cup in the hand of Yehuah, who has made the entire earth drunk. The nations have drunk from her wine, therefore the nations are insane. Babel will fall and be destroyed suddenly. Howl for her, take balm for her pain, so that she may be healed. We would have healed Babel, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let everyone go into his own country, for her judgment reaches to the heavens, and is lifted up even to the skies. Yehuah has brought forth our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the work of Yehuah our Elohim. Make the arrows bright, gather the shields. Yehuah has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Madai, for his plans are against Babel, to destroy it. Because it is the vengeance of Yehuah, the avenging of his temple. Set up the standard upon the walls of Babel, make the watch strong. Set up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes. For Yehuah has both planned and done that which he spoke against the inhabitants of Babel. O you who dwell upon many waters, abundant with treasures, your end has come, and the measure of your covetousness. Yehuah of hosts has sworn by himself, saying, Surely I will fill you with Adam, like with caterpillars, and they will rise up and shout against you. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his understanding. When he utters his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heavens, and he causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightning with rain, and brings the wind out of his treasures. Every Adam is brutish by his knowledge. Every father is confounded by the graven image. For his molten image is falsehood, and there is no spirit in them. They are empty, the work of errors. During the time of their visitation, they will perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he preceded all things, and Yashar'el is the rod of his inheritance. Yehuah of hosts is his name. You are my battle axe and weapons of war, for with you I will break the nations in pieces, and with you I will destroy kingdoms, and with you I will break the horse and his rider in pieces, and with you I will break the chariot and his rider in pieces, and with you I will break the man and woman in pieces, and with you I will break the old and young in pieces, and with you I will break the young man and the maid in pieces. And with you I will break the shepherd and his flock in pieces. And with you I will break the husbandman and his yoke of oxen in pieces. And with you I will break princes and rulers in pieces. And in your sight I will repay all their evil that they have done in Zion, to Babel, and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea, saith Yehuah. Behold, I am against you, O destroying mountain, who destroys the entire earth, saith Yehuah. And I will stretch out my hand upon you, and roll you down from the rocks, and make you a burnt mountain. Then they will not take a stone for a corner, nor a stone for a foundation from you. But you will be desolate forever, saith Yahuwah. Set up a standard in the land. Blow the trumpet among the nations. Prepare the nations against her. Call the kingdoms of Ararath, Mini, and Ashkenaz together against her. Appoint a captain against her. Cause the horses to come up like the rough caterpillars. Prepare the nations with the kings of Madai, its princes and all its rulers, and all the land of his dominion against her. And the land will tremble and be sorrowful, for every intention of Yahuwah will be performed against Babel, to make the land of Babel a desolation without an inhabitant. The mighty men of Babel have refused to fight. They have remained in their holds. Their might has failed. They have become like women. They have burned her dwelling places. Her bars are broken. A runner will run to meet another. Also a report to meet another report, to show the king of Babel the ends of his city, and that the passages are blocked, and the reeds are burned by fire, and the men of war are frightened. Thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yeshariel. For thus saith Yahuwah of hosts, the Elohim of Yeshariel. The daughter of Babel is like a threshing floor. It is time to thresh her. Still a little while, and the time of her harvest will come. The inhabitant of Zion says, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babel, has devoured me. He has crushed me. He has made me an empty vessel. He has swallowed me up like a dragon. He has filled his belly with my delicates. He has cast me out. The violence that was done to me and to my flesh is upon Babel. Yerushalayim will say, and my blood is upon the inhabitants of Chaldea. Therefore thus saith Yahuwah, Behold, I will plead your cause, and take vengeance for you, and I will dry up her sea, and make her springs dry. And Babel will become heaps, a dwelling place for dragons, an astonishment and a hissing, without an inhabitant. They will roar together like lions. They will yell like lion cubs. During their heat I will make their feasts, and I will make them drunk, so that they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep, and not awaken, saith Yahuwah. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with he-goats. How was Shemshach taken? And how is the praise of the whole earth surprised? How has Babel become an astonishment against the nations? The sea has come up upon Babel. She is covered with the multitude of her waves. Her cities are a desolation, a dry land, and a wilderness, a land in which no man dwells, nor does any son of Adam pass by it. And I will punish Bel in Babel, and I will bring that which he has swallowed out of his mouth. Also the nations will not flow together toward him. Also the wall of Babel will fall. Go out of the midst of her, my people, and each man will deliver his soul from the fierce anger of Yahuwah. And lest your heart faint, you will fear for the rumors that will be heard in the land. A rumor will come 1 year, and another rumor will come in another year. And violence will be in the land, ruler against ruler. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babel, and her whole land will be confounded, and her slain will fall in the midst of her. Then the heavens and the earth and all who are in it will sing joyfully over Babel, for the spoilers will come to her from the north, saith Yahuwah. Just as Babel has caused the slain of Yeshariel to fall, so too the slain of the entire earth will fall at Babel. You who escaped the sword, get away. Do not stand still. remember Yahweh far away, and let Yerushalayim come into your mind. We are confounded, because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for the nations have come into the sanctuaries of the house of Yahweh. Therefore, behold the coming days, saith Yahweh, so that I will do judgment upon her graven images, and the wounded will groan without all her land. Although Babel will mount up to the heavens, and although she will fortify the height of her strength, still spoilers will come to her from me, saith Yahweh. The sound of a cry will come from Babel, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans, because Yahweh has plundered Babel, and destroyed the great voice from her. When her waves roar like great waters, a noise of their voice is uttered. Because the spoiler has come upon her, even upon Babel, and her mighty men are taken, every one of their bows will be broken, for Yahweh and all of paybacks will surely repay. Also I will make her princes, and her wise men, her governors, and her rulers, and her mighty men drunk. Then they will sleep a continual sleep, and not awaken, saith the King, whose name is Yahweh of hosts. Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, the broad walls of Babel will be completely broken, and her high gates will be burned with fire, and the people will labor in vain. Also the nations will fuel the fire, and become weary. The word which Jiremijehu the prophet commanded Shemaiah, the son of Neriah, the son of Maashihu, when he went with Tzidkiyahu the king of Yehuda into Babel during the 4th year of his reign. And this Shemaiah was a prince chambermaster. Therefore Jiremijehu wrote all the evil that will come upon Babel, even all these words that are written against Babel in a supper. Furthermore, Jiremijehu said to Shemaiah, when you come to Babel and see, then read all these words. Then you will say, O Yahweh, you have spoken against this place, to cut it off, not Adam nor beast, but so that it will be desolate forever. And it will be, when you have finished reading this supper, that you will bind a stone to it, and cast it into the midst of BeRuack. Then you will say, therefore Babel will sink, and will not rise from the evil that I will bring upon her, and they will become weary because of these words of Jiremijehu. Chapter 52. Tzidkiyahu was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Yerushalayim, and his mother's name was Hamuthal, the daughter of Jiremijehu of Libnah. However, he did evil in the eyes of Yahweh, according to all that Yehoiakim had done. For by the anger of Yahweh this came to pass in Yerushalayim and Yehuda, until he had cast them out of his presence. And Tzidkiyahu rebelled against the king of Babel. Then it came to pass during the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, on the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, came, he and all his army, against Yerushalayim, and pitched against it, and built forts against it round about. Therefore the city was besieged during the 11th year of Tzidkiyahu. Furthermore, during the 4th month, in the 9th of the month, the famine was severe in the city, such that there was no bread for the people from the land. Then the city was broken up, and all the men of war fled, and went out of the city by night, by the way of the gate between the 2 walls, which was by the king's garden. Now the Chaldeans were by the city round about, therefore they went by the way of the plain. But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after the king, and overtook Tzidkiyahu in the plains of Jericho, and the entire army was scattered from him. Then they took the king and carried him up to the king of Babel at Riblah, in the land of Kamat, where he gave judgment upon him. And the king of Babel slew all the sons of Jiremijehu before his eyes. Also he slew all the princes of Yehuda in Riblah. Then he put out the eyes of Jiremijehu. Furthermore, the king of Babel bound him in chains and carried him to Babel. Then he put him in prison until the day of his death. Now in the 5th month, on the 10th of the month, which was the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babel, Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, who served the king of Babel, came into Jerusalem, and burned the house of Yahweh, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem. Also all the houses of the great men he burned and destroyed with fire. And the entire army of the Chaldeans who were with the captain of the guard broke down all the walls of Jerusalem round about. Then Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away captive some of the poor among the people, and the remnant of the people who remained in the city, and those who fell away, who fell to the king of Babel, and the rest of the multitude. But Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, left some of the poor from the land for vine dressers and for husbandmen. Also the pillars of copper that were in the house of Yahweh, and the bases, and the copper sea that was in the house of Yahweh, the Chaldeans broke and carried all their copper to Babel. Also the cauldrons, and the shovels, and the snuffers, and the bowls, and the spoons, and all the copper vessels by which they ministered, they took away, and the basins, and the fire pans, and the bowls, and the cauldrons, and the candlesticks, and the spoons, and the cups. The captain of the guard took away that which was gold with the gold, and that which was silver with the silver. The 2 pillars, 1 sea, and 12 copper bowls that were under the bases, which King Shalomah had made in the house of Yahweh, the copper of all these vessels was without weight. And concerning the pillars, the height of 1 pillar was 18 cubits, and the measurement of 12 cubits encompassed it, and its thickness was 4 fingers. It was hollow, and a copper capital was upon it, and the height of 1 capital was 5 cubits, with designs and pomegranates upon the capital round about, all of copper. Also the 2nd pillar and the pomegranates were similar to these. And there was 96 pomegranates on a side, and all the pomegranates upon the network were 100 round about. Furthermore, the captain of the guard took Shariah, the chief priest, and Jiremijehu, the 2nd priest, and the 3 keepers of the door. Also he took the eunuch out of the city who had the charge of the men of war, and 7 of those who were near the king's prison who were found in the city, and the principal scribe of the army who mustered the people from the land, and 60 men of the people from the land, who were found in the midst of the city. Moreover, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, took them, and brought them to the king of Babel at Riblah. And the king of Babel struck them, and put them to death in Riblah, in the land of Hamat. Thus Yehuda was carried away captive, out of his own Adamah. In the 7th year, this is the people whom Nebuchadnezzar carried away captive, 3,023 Yehudim. In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar, he carried away captive from Jerusalem 832 people. In the 23rd year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, carried away captive of the Yehudim 745 people. All the people were 4,600. And it came to pass in the 37th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, in the 12th month, on the 25th of the month, that Amil Marduk, king of Babel, lifted up the head of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, during the first year of his reign, and brought him out of prison. And he spoke kindly to him, and set his throne above the throne of the kings who were with him in Babel. Also he changed his prison garments, and he continually ate bread before him all the days of his life. And for his diet there was a continual diet given to him from the king of Babel, a portion every day until the day of his death, all the days of his life. The end. Thank you for listening to my interpretation of Jiremijehu, Jeremiah. I hope that you find my Bible series, Khureb BeRuakh, Sword of the Spirit, enlightening. The word of Yahweh is a treasure trove of mysteries. It's amazing what you'll discover when you read it with your eyes open. My name is Wendy, and you've been called out of darkness